I love to praise the Lord in the African way.
Praising the Lord is what I've come to do. Ain't no force on earth can stop me. No, no, Jesus the Lord has won the victory and set me at liberty. Praising the Lord is what I've come to do. Ain't no force on earth can stop me. No, no, Jesus the Lord has won the victory and set me at liberty. I will praise Him, Jesus the Lord, exalt Him. He's got the victory. He has set me free and given me new life. I'll exalt Him. I've got the liberty. So let us bow down and worship. Bow down and worship. Let us bow down and worship Him, Jesus the Lord. Bow down and worship. Bow down and worship. Let us bow down and worship Him, Jesus the Lord. Bow down and worship. Bow down and worship. Let us bow down and worship Him, Jesus the Lord. Bow down and worship. Bow down and worship. Let us bow down and worship Him, Jesus the Lord. Praising the Lord is what I've come to do, and no force on earth can stop me. No, no, Jesus the Lord has won the victory and set me at liberty. Praising the Lord is what I've come to do, and no force on earth can stop me. No, no, Jesus the Lord has won the victory and set me at liberty. I will praise Him, Jesus the Lord, exalt Him. He's got the victory. He has set me free and given me new life. I'll exalt Him. I've got the liberty. Oh, let us bow down and worship. Bow down and worship. Let us bow down and worship Him, Jesus the Lord. Bow down and worship. Bow down and worship. Let us bow down and worship Him, Jesus the Lord. Bow down and worship. Bow down and worship. Let us bow down and worship Him, Jesus the Lord. Bow down and worship. Bow down and worship. Let us bow down and worship Him, Jesus the Lord.
Bow down and worship. Bow down and worship. Bow down and worship Him, Jesus the Lord. Bow down and worship. Bow down and worship. Bow down and worship Him.
Hey, let us clap, clap
And worship,
clap, clap
and worship,
Let us clap, clap
and worship Him, Jesus the Lord.
Let us clap, clap
And worship,
clap, clap
and worship,
Let us clap, clap
and worship Him, Jesus the Lord. Jesus the Lord, bow down and worship, bow down and worship, let us bow down and worship Him, Jesus the Lord. Come on, bow down and worship, come on, bow down and worship, let us bow down and worship Him, Jesus the Lord. Come on, bow down and worship, come on, bow down and worship, let us bow down and worship Him, Jesus the Lord. Come on.
You are once again welcome to Evangelist Inyima Carlo TV Treasury of Excellent Knowledge. You are also welcome to Inyima Biafra TV Treasury of Excellent Knowledge. I am streaming live on the both of these two channels, but on Evangelist Inyima Carlo, I am only on YouTube. Evangelist Inyima Biafra TV Treasury of Excellent Knowledge. I am live on Facebook. I am live on YouTube. Just right away, I am your serviceable servant evangelist Inyima Carlo, as you know. And today being Tuesday, the 2nd of this month of August 2022, I greet you. Good morning from my base. The time from here is 10:44, 16 minutes to 11 a.m. I greet you especially on the behalf of the Lord, the owner, the creator of the whole universe, the Redeemer and the Savior, Jesus the Christ. And this is the part 20 of this topic. Part 20 of this topic, which is Christianity versus religions and political colonialism in Africa. You know, it is all about bringing to knowledge of and the comprehension of reality among our people and among humanity as a whole. It is about tracing the problems to its source and begin to resolve the problems from its source rather than resolving the problems from the surfaces. So that is the purpose of Inyima Biafra TV Treasury of Excellent Knowledge and Evangelist Inyima Carlo TV Treasury of Excellent Knowledge, putting people through, bringing people into a higher level of understanding of things going around as much as I can able to touch. So this is what I stand for, and by the grace of God, there is progress for this, because in this world we live in a world, a rule with lies and deceptions, and and in the same vein, over 90% of human beings prefer lies and the deceptions rather than preferring the truth. That is the reason people always run away where the truth is being spoken and presented without any adulteration. And Inyima Biafra TV, Treasury of Excellent Knowledge, and Evangelist Inyima Carlo, Treasury of Excellent Knowledge, are the classical example. However, the wise people, the people of integrity, the people who love to live and operate in the class of excellence are the people who are the real members of this channel, irrespective of what. They remove their sentiment, they remove their hypocrisy, they remove their nepotism, and they want to face the reality. These are the people who have the endurance to stay on this channel and to observe things going on in this channel. And as I remain your serviceable and faithful servant evangelist Inyima Carlo, I renew my promise to you that I will never fail you, and I will never betray trust. I will never betray the truth, because the truth is God. The truth is the personality of God, and only the truth will always set us free from all sorts of captivity. And I hereby stand to turning the world upside down by speaking the truth without reservation and without fear of favor and without sentiment and hypocrisy. So may God bless you for coming. Right away, you can see the emphasis. The emphasis of these programs are I have 5 emphasis. 1, why wasn't Ethiopia colonized? 2, why wasn't Thailand colonized? 3, African. Okay, I should add, why wasn't Japan colonized? I should add that, but it is missing, but I will also talk about it. Why wasn't Japan colonized? Then for the 4th emphasis, the Ark of Covenant in Zimbabwe. The 5th, sorry, let me start afresh. The 1st emphasis, why wasn't Ethiopia colonized? 2, Where wasn't Thailand? Why wasn't Thailand colonized? 3. Why wasn't Japan colonized? 4. African Bible history. 5. The Ark of Covenant in Zimbabwe. And the 6. Why Europe is rushing back into Africa. Why Europe is rushing back into Africa. Anything wrong, I will correct it after the program. So these are the emphasis of this program, and I have lots of video to play. It will be a very long program, and it will be a reasonable document for those who can endure to watch it, listen to this program from beginning to end. Very good. Those who will not endure, try to listen as much as you can. Then next time you continue. If you are watching from YouTube, you mark, or from Facebook, you mark where you stopped to continue from it. Then those who will not be available to listen to this program today, at your convenience, you try to listen to the program. It may be after 1 week, it may be whenever, but you make out your time and concentrate to listen to this almost barely 5 hours program. It is very, very important. It is all about education. Education is information. The education people have today we are formed by people. So I am among those in our generation forming the proper education we need. It is about decolonization coming out. That is liberating myself and the rest of Africans and humanity from colonization to facing the reality, walking on the path of self-determination and absolute freedom, politically, religiously, psychologically, socially, and otherwise. So, without further delay, I will go into the business of beginning to play those videos, because I have lots of them. I have lots of them. I will go into the business of playing them. Then I will go into the business of playing them, but I will not be analyzing. There are points that I will analyze upon from a particular video. Then let me list those points as usual. The point that I have to analyze through the one of the videos where I will analyze in detail. Then I have how many points do I have? I have 22 points. I have 22 points. I have 22 points. And the video topic should be why Ethiopia was not colonized. Yes, let me present the video to us. Let me present the video to us from where I will analyze in-depthly. That's the video. That's the video. Then, according to the video, it's African Bible history. Ethiopia, Kingdom of Aksum. Ethiopia, Kingdom of Aksum. African Jews. The Ark of Covenant in Zimbabwe. These are the emphasis of the video you are looking at. And it is from this video I will give my in-depth analysis. I will play many other videos regarding to other emphasis that I am talking about that make up this program. And these are the things we should reflect upon. Then, as I said earlier, I have 22 points which I will analyze in detail. And the 22 points are: one, Pan-African colors originated from Ethiopia. 000 second of the video. It is a barely 24 minutes video. 2. Ethiopia not colonized from 30 seconds of the video. 3. The Negro Africans are Ethiopians from 1 minute of the video. And I will have Bible backups regarding the analysis. 4. The Jamaicans are Ethiopians, 1 minute from the video. 5. Nubians are the dark-skinned people, and that is 1 minute of the video. Ethiopia, the capital of Africa, 2nd minute of the video. Ethiopia, the origin of all Africans, 2nd minute of the video. 8. Bible used to enslave Africans, 3rd minute of the video. 9. Biblical ancestry of the Africans, 4th minute of the video. 10. Biblical truth versus biblical lies about the Bible, 5th minute of the video. 11. Ethiopia, referring to the skin color of the Africans, 7th minute of the video. 12. The Western colonists began killing wise Ethiopians, 8th minute of the video. 13. The Queen of Sheba was an Ethiopian, 10th minute of the video. 14. Ethiopia controlled trade between the Asian and African countries. Ethiopia controlled trade between the Asian and African countries. 11th minute of the video. 15. Christianity in Africa started in Aksum, AKSUM, 12th minute of the video. 16. Ethiopians translated the Bible in African languages, 13th minute of the video. 17. Hypocrisy of the League of Nations, 14th minute of the video. 18. Ethiopia was an excelling country in the world, 14th minute of the video. 19. Some Ethiopians were educated prior to the arrival of the Western colonizers, 18th minute of the video. 20. Bible doctrine versus colonial dogma. So it should be around the same between 19 or 20 minutes of the video. But that one escaped me. 21. The Zimbabweans are Ethiopian offspring of the Hebrew Jews. 19th minute of the video. 22. The book of Isaiah talks about Ethiopia and secular events in the world. 21st minute of the video. Okay.
Hey, so Ethiopia, the first utopia. When you think of Ethiopia, what do you think about? What do you see? Ethiopia was the first utopia in the world. And Ethiopia is where we get the Pan-African colors, or the Pan-African colors are in Ethiopia. This is a country that, however you look at it, it's either the country that got its emancipation first, or it's a country that was never colonized because it was occupied, but not completely colonized. It was occupied by Italy. Ethiopia is one of the most interesting countries in the world. It's mentioned in the Bible. And when it's mentioned in the Bible, it's crucial to understand that Ethiopia refers to Africa. Ethiopians are Africans. Ethiopians are Africans. Africans are Ethiopians. Everyone in Africa is an Ethiopian. This is why we have the same flag, like these colors, like the green, the red, the gold. These are the Ethiopian colors. To be Ethiopian or to be Ethiopian does not mean that you're physically in that place, because it's an understanding. Just like having Zion doesn't mean that you're physically in a certain city made by God. It's an understanding. It's an agreement. It is knowing true dominion and territory. So Ethiopia is a place that can be anywhere. This is why Jamaica is Ethiopia. The people in Jamaica are Ethiopians. People in Africa, the Negroes, so-called Negroes, they are Ethiopians. So Ethiopia is a generic term that is used for all Africans. And this is how it's applied in the Bible. So when the Bible is speaking of this place called Ethiopia, it's speaking of a place where the people called Nubians. These Nubians are, like Nub actually comes from the Egyptian, which means gold. So this is the places of gold. And Nubian also means just black-skinned. These people were burnt-skinned. So all of the Ethiopians were black people. So back in the day, to get an understanding of this, back in the day, if I were to go to Germany, right? Germany didn't exist then. But then if I were to go to Germany, they would just say, hey, check out that Ethiopian dude. So Ethiopian is just referring to these people, and the people who come from a certain continent. And within that continent, of course, you have different types of people. So it's just like how you'd see like European people as being the same. But Irish is different, but they're all European. So this is the Ethiopian understanding of it. Ethiopians are Africans. So Ethiopia was the first utopia. These Ethiopians actually encompass also these Egyptians. So all of the land was just generically referred to as Ethiopia. Just like how Europe is just referred to as Ethiopia, but if you think of like England, UK, Britain, these are different, but they're the same. Okay, so the first utopians were these people who had this understanding, and they were able to teach people. This is how people came to Africa. They used to learn from these Nubians. So they used to learn from these burnt-skinned people. So this happened for thousands of years. But slave trade happened. The thing is, the Bible was used as a means to enslave the people's minds. So as it happened, is that like the people came with this idea, this ideology, in order to get people to be subjected to them according to the principles that they were interpreting in the Bible. So one of the reasons that they justified the slave trade was to say that Africans are not human because they are the sons of because they are the sons of Ham. So Ham, if there's a story in the Bible where Noah is drunk, and then one of his sons apparently, in a mystery, uncovers his nakedness. So people believe that Ham slept with Noah's wife or did something of that sort. And then Ham had a curse, but the curse was put on his son called Canaan. So Canaan is Cain and Abel. This is where the curse is. This is the person who was cursed in the beginning. But anyhow, Canaan went and settled in the Middle East, while the other sons of Ham, so Ham had 4 sons. Ham had 4 sons, and these ones came, the 3 sons came in Africa. The 1 son went to, stayed in the Middle East. And these are the Canaanites. And when you're referring to the Canaanites, you're referring to them. So when slave trade happens, it was actually based on this biblical principle that was saying that since these people were cursed by Ham, then they're supposed to be our slaves. So you have to understand that this happened 400 years ago. And now it's time to set the people free. It's been 400 years of slavery. So it's now time to leave that paradigm. It's now time to leave those pyramids that they've been building in the minds of the people, these hierarchies that they've been creating with this false ideology. It's now time to leave.
Before he continues, I want to interject briefly. The issue of Canaan, Ham, the Cam who was cursed. He was not the only son of Noah. He was not the only son of their father. He was not the only son, and all of them were not cursed. So the Ken are the people who became the Canaanites, who settled in the Middle East as he has revealed. And these are the people whom God commanded the Israelites to go and fight and defeat and take over their land, which is a part of Israel today. So the Israel of today is a compilation of 7 regions being together. There is another video, a similarity of video to this. I will play after this, which will throw more light. But I just want to hit on that fact. Cain was cursed by their father, but the rest of their of his siblings were not cursed. They were still blessed. So it is as a result of Africans' low IQ that make them believe that they are not humans because the colonists told them so. And also it is a contribution of the illiteracy and ignorance of most Africans, of which a lot of us are still suffering today. Someone who does not know anything can believe anything at all. And Africans are more superstitious than being realistic. Africans love illusion rather than reality. So the colonists took advantage of what the lifestyle and the psyche of the Africans to invade the Africans psychologically, otherwise, and also the ignorance of the Africans. And all those African weaknesses is what we are laboring to be transforming, changing from worst, and aiming at taking the Africans to the excellent level of reasoning, even beyond the reasoning of the Westerners. It is very, very possible, and this is what we are doing, but how many people do really pay us attention? That is where the problem lies. Let him continue.
That and go through another Red Sea, go through another rebirth, because everyone comes out of the water, just like how the Israelites came out of the water. So it's been 400 years
Evolution
since
theory,
they've
which are
enslaved
not
the whole
which are
nation.
not true.
And it's up to us if we want another 400 years of this type of slavery, you know. So it's just about understanding that the truth is in the Bible. But when you know the truth is in reality, that Ethiopia was literally the first utopia. This is where people were developing skills, mathematics. They were developing engineering. They were developing science. They were developing engineering, technology, mathematics, astrology, everything. And these things are what we still use today. So believe it or not, it's weird, but these things are, this is the holy grail of Western society, of Western civilization, things that were discovered thousands of years ago by Ethiopians. So these Ethiopians, as I said, these are just people from this continent of Africa. And it's actually not called Africa, it's actually called Ethiopia. That's the thing. Africa is the name of a conqueror, a Roman general who was Scipio Africanus, who defeated Hannibal. When he defeated Hannibal, Africa took its name. And there was also another Greek person who used to sign his letters. Like, he used to research Africa, and people believe that this was a black Greek because the first Greeks were black, the first Romans were black, they were Ethiopians. But anyhow, this person was called Africanus, so he always used to write his name after his letter Africanus. So this is also where this name is derived. But the word for it was Ethiopia. So Ethiopia is referring to the skin of the people, Ethiop. So these Ethiops were people who were black-skinned, and they had woolly hair. These people were renowned for their erudition and for their skills in learning. So understanding that because 400 years is a long time to be a slave, to be trapped, you're bound to lose your humanity when people treat you as being subhuman. I was watching so many documentaries about how people view Africans, and it's actually the prevailing point of view that European media wants to postulate the fact that Africans are so subhuman, as if the problems that they caused in Africa are not the fruits that we see today. That a person would come into a country and just say that, hey, all of this land is now mine, and I'm going to kill everybody who is living in this area, and we are going to be mining for the rest of our lives, and we're going to start building with your labor. And as if that's not enough, other people are going to be like, all right, now we're going to go to this city, we're going to raid it, and all of these people are going to go and live in America as slaves. And they wouldn't just take like just this skinny little dude, but they would take the strongest, bind them, whip them, beat them, and keep them for years under servitude. And some of these people were actually kings. Some of these people were royalty, nobles, wise men. But if you were a person of wisdom, they would kill you. So many Ethiopians were murdered, Nubians were murdered because of their knowledge, because this was war, this was a conquest. So if you justify this as war, then this is so barbaric that they would say that we're giving them this word of God, we're giving them this knowledge and understanding of God, but let's first kill them, and let's kill the barbaric, and they don't deserve the same thing as us. And this is something that was ingrained in the people's mind, something that I still see with my own eyes today, that people still have not left that colonialist mentality, because they believe what they were told, that they were nothing. So when you read the Bible, this is a book that was used for a certain purpose in order to trap people, because it's that powerful. But when you look at it, when you look in the Bible, when you look at in reality, you'd realize that Ethiopia, through Aksum, which was a kingdom where Queen of Sheba reigned, who is Makeda. Sheba means wisdom, the queen of wisdom. So this is why she was looking for wisdom. She went to find Solomon, who had wisdom. So she found wisdom. But she also had wise questions to ask him, which shows that she is wise. So Queen of Sheba, Makeda, and she went there, and she actually used to reign in a certain place that was adjacent to, like, that is on the Red Sea, which is the kingdom of Aksum. Today it's Eritrea and Somalia and a little bit of Ethiopia, because these were just lands, no borders. And she used to have that kingdom on the African continent and in the Middle East, because this is how they used to roll. So her kingdom was part of Saudi Arabia, Oman, and Yemen. This was Aksum. So we know that it was at least that big. This is how she was just able to travel north and then to go and see Solomon. So through this, she was actually controlling trade through the Red Sea. Ethiopia was actually controlling trade in the whole Asian and African continent, which was also linked with the European and Western countries. This is actually the Silk Road. The original Silk Road is the Ethiopian trade route. So if you look at the Ethiopian flag right now, it has this star. This star is what they want to recreate as the Silk Road in terms of China, but this is originally Ethiopian. So they had all of this wealth and this control of this trade route, because this was before the Suez Canal. So for anyone to transport goods through the Mediterranean to go to Spain and Europe and stuff, you'd have to go through Egypt for a shorter route, unless if you want to go around the world. So this is how the Red Sea was so important for Aksum. So Aksum was very dominant in commerce and in all of the international transactions. And through this, it was able to interact and to trade with different countries all over the world. So it was a major city in its time. And it was one of the most renowned cities in its time. This is kingdom, sorry, not cities. Aksum was a kingdom. And this was the place where Christianity actually started within the African continent, that the first people who were converted into Christianity were in this kingdom of Aksum, which is in Eritrea, and this spelled over to Ethiopia. And today, Ethiopia has the oldest churches in the world, has the oldest Bible in the world, which is called the Ethiopian Bible for some reason, but it should just be called the Bible. But it has the oldest Bible, and it has the biggest Bible, by the way, and it has the understanding of the scripture because they were able to actually transcribe all of the scriptures into a language, an African language. An African language. This is important to understand, that they'll tell you that in Africa they didn't have language, communication skills, literature, but they have G script, and through this language they were actually able to translate the Bible, which is not an easy task, because what you're doing is you're translating this in terms of meaning, resonance, and metrics. Verses are metric compositions of words. So you need to have the understanding of numbers and words and letters and resonance and all of these things. So they translated the Bible into G script. And so many countries in Africa actually had their own languages. Even Liberia had its own language, like Cameroon had their own alphabets. Like literally all of them, because these people were Ethiopians. So an Ethiopian is a person who is referred to as being of black skin with woolly hair, right? So this is not something that is given to a certain one country. But the reason why everyone is Ethiopian is because Ethiopia is not conquered, and Ethiopia, or was not conquered. This is the understanding of what Haile Selassie did on 4th through. This is the hypocrisy of the League of Nations and of the UN that was exposed through his reign, because these are the people he was fighting against. Mussolini actually went to Ethiopia and occupied it for 6 years, and the League of Nations didn't do anything about it. They were actually just saying that, all right, it's bad, but they didn't do anything about it. And this is one of the reasons why the League of Nations didn't work, because of Haile Selassie. So Ethiopia was a major key party in the whole world. Haile Selassie was an actual emperor who traveled like over 100 countries. In his reign, he went to over 100 countries in the world as the King of Kings. And his name means the one with the power of the Trinity. So Ethiopia has one of the oldest churches, Ethiopia. So when you read the Bible, when you look at the book of Acts, you're going to discover or come across the story of Philip. Philip is in an area, he's healing people, he's raising paralyzed people, and now they're walking. The lame can now walk and stuff like that. And the Spirit tells him, hey, go to this desert area and you're going to see someone there. He goes into a desert, and then he sees this Ethiopian eunuch. This eunuch is like a person who works in a kingdom, right? A eunuch. So he's in a court, and he's a person of wisdom, obviously. So he's actually in Israel. He's traveling the world. He's an Ethiopian, a black person, and he's actually in a chariot. So he's actually a person of riches and of wealth. But what's important is he's actually reading. He's actually reading. He didn't know that people from Africa could read, right? But this is like the same year that Jesus died. So this is 2,000 years ago. So Jesus has just died. Philip is in the Holy Spirit, and this guy is already reading a scroll of Isaiah that he got. So first thing, he's rich, okay? He's a eunuch, so there's a kingdom somewhere, because there is an actual queen mentioned in his kingdom. So he's part of that regime. So he's with other black people because he's being escorted by these people, and he speaks to Philip, and he gets baptized in the process, and the story goes on. So this happens in the New Testament, right? In the Old Testament, we all know the story of Solomon. and how the Queen of Sheba went to him. So she was an African woman, an African queen. So meaning that there was already this kingdom, there was already a queen of wisdom. She was the wisest person before he came. That's why she had to go to him and see if the wisdom was true. So she was renowned for her abilities, because this is back in the day when women didn't have the status, but she had this queen status. Anyhow, she creates this offspring. Like with Solomon, they have a child, and this child ends up being Menelik, who ends up being a great, and then Solomon is the descendant, is the father. Haile Selassie is the descendant of this person through Menelik and through Solomon. And this is the understanding of the of how Haile Selassie came about, and that was his claim to the throne and all of that. So one thing to understand is it's important to realize that there are roots of Christianity all over Africa. So the missionaries came with the Bible, with a certain false dogma, according to this doctrine, which was intended to trap people's minds. Africa was not actually meant to be evangelized by these people, because there was already evidence of Christianity within African continents. So within the African territories. So through Aksum, this is where the Queen of Sheba was. Through Ethiopia, this is where the eunuch met Philip. So this eunuch is already reading. This eunuch already has the possession. The scroll of Isaiah is already in his possession. So these people were already reading these things. This is how they're able to have the G script Bible. They have their own Bible, the oldest Bible, the biggest Bible, the oldest churches in the world. Okay, so this is crucial to understand. And if you even look further down in Zimbabwe, there's actually a tribe. Not a lot of people know this, but there's actually a tribe of true Hebrew Israelites, true Jews who claim that they came with the Ark of the Covenant, and they're actually hiding it. That's why people don't know about them, because they have their secrets, but they are actually the people who live in Zim. They actually live in Zimbabwe, and this is in the heart of Southern Africa. These people are Jewish. They're a tribe called the Chilemba. So they're actually the people who are associated with the areas like the Great Zimbabwe. They're associated with them. So they actually married into those families when they came from Israel. And these people are black, right? Obviously, they're black. So all of these, and in Ethiopia, you also have Hebrew Jews that live in Ethiopia. Some of them live in Israel and all over the world. So all of these people had this understanding of Christianity, and they could read, they could write, they could reason. And what we're told is that they couldn't read, they couldn't write, they couldn't reason, which is not true. So in the Bible, you see that this eunuch is a rich dude who works in a court, and he's already reading this. So just the thing to understand is what Philip asked him. And this is the whole point of this video. The question is, do you understand the book of Isaiah? When Philip approached him, he asked him, do you understand what you're reading? So the same thing is, he was reading the book of Isaiah. The book of Isaiah is so important because this is the book that Jesus was quoting most of the time. So do you understand this book? Because this book is the key to understanding what is happening in this world. So the book of Isaiah is speaking about how the people in this world are deluded, how the people in this world have been lied to. This is why Philip asked him, do you understand what that this book is talking about, you Ethiopian? Do you understand the book of Isaiah? It's talking about the Ethiopians. So when it talks about Egypt, it's actually talking about Rome. When it talks about Judah, it's actually talking about Africa, because these African Hebrew Israelites identify as Jews. The Jews are everywhere in Africa. These people are actually the ones who have the Ark of the Covenant. So when you ask the Ethiopians, they say that they have it. When you ask the other ones in Zimbabwe, they say that they have it. So this is just the thing, that they know certain things that people don't know they know. So people who are telling you certain things are missing certain elements that distort your view of the Africans, of the Ethiopians, of everyone who is of this continent or of that continent. So having the right perspective is knowing reality and applying it to the facts. So when you see that this Ethiopian was reading the scroll, the scriptures, and you see the Queen of Sheba is already engaged in terms of wisdom. She actually has these wise questions to ask. It makes you wonder why it is that you don't see this side of this of Africa or of this continent in such a way that paints a perfect picture or paints a tolerable picture or even just a considerably close picture to what the reality of the people is, to what the reality of their way of life was, that they were people who were humble, people who were actually so smart that it's startling to even consider some of the things that they achieved with the means that they had, because some of the things that these Africans, Ethiopians did, Nubians did, we can't even do it today with our modern technology. So the next time you read the Bible, read Isaiah and ask yourself if you truly understand that it's talking about you.
I want to play the next video similar to this that will throw more light. I will not begin to explain it one by one until I go to the general explanation. Until I go to the general explanation according to the points that I have listed.
Who continued in the disrespect and for centuries, an ancient curse was used to support the terrible evil of slavery. A curse that appears in...
Now look at the video. The topic of the video is Africa in the Bible, the might of a cursed race, part 1. A Day of Discovery Legacy Series. Then the source is Our Daily Bread, YouTube.
One isolated verse in the Bible. Even today, this misunderstood curse still lingers with us as a legacy of shame. But fortunately, there are some who, through scholarship and honest examination, have exposed the lie of a cursed race. And in their pursuit of truth, they have rediscovered a long-lost heritage and identity in Africa and in the Bible. The myth of a cursed race, next on Day of Discovery. Hello, my name is Wintley Phipps. Wintley Phipps, a name that identifies who I am. But who am I? I'm a husband, I'm a father, but I'm also a descendant of slaves. Unless you've lived your life with darker skin, you may not appreciate what that question means to people like me. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child. A long way from home. A long way from home. Sometimes I feel like a motherless child. The music and words of the old spirituals reflected both the heartache and the hope of many slaves. Just imagine being captured and treated like animals, being shipped away forever from your family and your home. Imagine being sold like cattle. Imagine losing your language and, yes, even your name. Many of African enslaved descent have wondered at some point in their lives about their heritage and their identity. They have wondered about who they really are. But for those of us who take the Bible seriously, we know that no matter the race, the color, or ethnicity, we are all God's children. We know that in the eyes of God, we are all equal and that no one is cursed because of color or race. But through the centuries, the Bible has been used, let's just say, in some ways that God never intended. Tragically, some found in its pages a curse by the prophet Noah that they have said created the black race of Africans. A curse that they claim sentenced an entire race to servitude and slavery. According to Professor of History, Dr. Edwin Yamauchi, no other verse in the Bible has been so distorted and so disastrously used down through the centuries for the exploitation of Africans and African Americans as that one obscure verse found in the opening chapters of the Bible in the book of Genesis.
If there is one verse in the Bible which has adversely affected Africans, it's the so-called curse of Ham, found in Genesis 9, verse 25. There we read, "Cursed be Canaan, the lords of slaves he be to his brothers." This is a curse uttered by Noah. For those of you who are not familiar with the story, Noah became drunk, and then his three sons, Ham, Shem, and Japheth, were there at the time, but it was Ham who dared to look at Noah's naked body, and then he tried to encourage his brothers to do so, and they would not. They went backwards so as not to look at the sight of their naked father in his disgrace. See? Now, as the text stands, the curse is not upon Ham himself, but upon his son Canaan, who's the eponymous ancestor of the Canaanites. That is, the Canaanites are named after this particular son.
According to Dr. Yamauchi, the prophetic curse of Noah was most likely fulfilled on the Canaanites, the pagan descendants of Ham's son named Canaan, who, according to the Bible, settled in the region of what came to be called the Promised Land, the same descendants who continued in the disrespect and disobedience of their ancestor named Ham. As punishment, God commanded the Hebrews to conquer the Canaanites in order to protect his people from their destructive ways, including the idolatrous worship and child sacrifice. According to the records of history, the Canaanites and their curse have long been extinct. According to the Bible, none of Ham's other three sons were cursed, only Canaan. The descendants of Ham's son, Mitzrayim, settled in Egypt. Ham's son named Put settled near Libya, and his fourth son, Cush, settled in a region south of Egypt, which came to be called by the same name, Cush, as recorded in the Hebrew Bible. Most scholars identify Cush as the area of modern Sudan. The way that name Cush has been translated in English Bibles has created some confusion. German author and scholar Dr. Roland Werner has researched Christian history in Africa.
In the Bible, we find a reference to the country of Cush. We find this in various places in the Old Testament. Genesis 10 in the Table of Nations as one of the neighbors of Mitzrayim, and Mitzrayim, of course, is Egypt. So Cush must be a neighbor of Egypt. We find the same word, Cush, mentioned again in Isaiah 18, in Psalm 68, and various other places. And people have wondered what that actually meant.
As author and New Testament professor Dr. Alan Callahan observes, the Greeks referred to the people from the region of Cush as Ethiopians.
These are the guys to whom the Greek writers referred to as Ethiopians, and the derivation of that word is in some dispute. Most people translated that as the people with the burnt faces, but these are, at least as Herodotus and people like that, Greek writers knew of these people. They knew of them as skilled warriors. You wouldn't want to fight them. They tended to be tall, dark. They're beautiful people, and the quintessence of civilization.
There was a little bit of a confusion because the Septuagint translation, which was the Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible, used the word Ethiopia, wherever Cush occurred in the Old Testament. So people naturally thought that this referred to the country that we now call Ethiopia. Of course, that is not entirely true. Cush is the neighbor of Egypt, which must be Sudan.
But how and when did ancient Cush become mislabeled and misinterpreted as a cursed black slave race? According to Dr. Yamauchi, author of Africa and the Bible, the answer is elusive. However, he describes the misuse and misapplication of the curse among all three Middle East religions, the Muslims, the Jewish faith, and Christians. Among the Muslims, one contributing factor seems to be linked to the expansion of Islam after Muhammad's death in 632, which brought Arabs into contact with black Africans many centuries after Noah spoke his prophetic words.
Muslims then used this curse, evidently, in a garbled tradition, to say that black Africans were doubly cursed. They were black because of the curse, and they were destined to be slaves because of the curse. Now, there are also some Jewish passages in the Talmud that have been argued as being the basis of this curse. However, the Talmud is a vast, incomprehensible work for most non-Jews, and it is hardly likely that this would have become the basis of this famous curse of Ham.
Unfortunately, Christians were no better than those of other religious traditions. Carrying the flag and cross of Christ, the Crusaders used war in the name of God. After the Crusades, using the same myth of the curse of Ham, Christian Europeans practiced slavery in the name of God.
The curse of Ham also appears among European writers and was strongly used by pro-slave advocates in the United States before the Civil War.
African slaves were first offered for sale to the British colony in Virginia in 1619. Then between 1680 and 1700, more than 300,000 African slaves were imported into the British colonies of North America. The earliest use of the curse of Ham to justify slavery in America dates back to the 1670s, but the effect of that teaching is still felt today. The myth of a cursed black slave race came from the misinterpreted and misapplied curse of the prophet Noah. That isolated ancient verse in the book of Genesis became a convenient lie, a rationalization for greed. The truth was, using slaves meant cheap labor. Christians who believed in this curse often ignored the central teaching of the Bible, God's love for the whole world. The Apostle John wrote about God's all-inclusive love. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him should not perish, but have eternal life. Unfortunately, the effect of that so-called black curse teaching still lingers in the hearts and minds of many. Some have taken a pilgrimage, a journey back before the days of slavery, a journey back to Africa and back into the pages of the Bible. These travelers are part of a study tour. Some look to see themselves in the ancient past, and others search for the truth about who they really are.
Well, I wanted to come because the title of the course was The Great Africans of the Bible. And being an African American and just having a strong interest in the development of identity and what that has meant for my people, really, and also as a Christian, and knowing that Christianity in the past has been used for an evil purpose and enslavement and, really in the history of slavery in America.
What we want to do is appreciate all of God's creation. And it's hard to appreciate God's creation if you yourself feel that you are an inferior part of God's creation. And so when one would feel that they are very much a part and equal with all other humans that God have created, now we could come together in a sense of unity a lot easier. Because if you feel inferior, you'll be trying to work against, mitigate the whole idea of the inferiority complex, and that would be the driving force of your union, as opposed to trying to come together to do something for God.
Well, my journey actually began almost a couple of years ago when a staff person of mine announced in a group meeting that blacks were descendants of a curse. So that got me searching, and that's how I started this journey. Then I met Dr. Krieger, took a class with her, and she literally opened my eyes to what the Word of God has to say about all people, especially people of color.
The study tour leader is an enthusiastic professor in her 80s. At first appearance, she's an unlikely source of information about African history, but she's earned the respect of her students.
So, after all, he's going to make the gods look like himself. That's called anthropomorphism.
While others her age might be inclined to limit their activities to enjoying their grandchildren and great-grandchildren, Dr. Catherine Krieger also pursues another passion.
I hoped that if we could bring people face to face with their tradition, if they could actually see representations of ancient people, highly civilized, brilliant people, and how strong their African features were, if they could look face to face at objects of material civilization created by early Africans, that they would understand the importance that the Bible gives to Africans and the importance that is there in a history that has so often been stolen.
Many places of historical importance can be discovered along the Nile River. And along the Nile, evidence of the advanced culture of Black Africans can be seen in the middle of one of the most important archaeological sites in Egypt, in the city of Thebes. Here at Thebes stand monumental temples, including Egypt's largest temple, the Temple of Karnak. Nearby rises the imposing Temple of Luxor. They display the grand legacy of the Egyptian pharaohs. But located in the temple complex of Karnak rises one giant papyrus-shaped column, one of the last remaining columns erected by a black pharaoh of Egypt, one of the black pharaohs from Cush, who also ruled Egypt, a pharaoh whose name is even recorded in the Bible. His name, Tirhakah from the ancient kingdom of Cush. Over 1,000 small statuettes or figurines of Tirhakah were found in his tomb.
Yes, and he has an offering in his hand. We are now at the back colonnade of the 4 great colonnades that Tirhaka built. And we're at the base of the columns made distinctively in his style of building. Here is the pharaoh himself. He has a flail in his hand, and he is all pharaoh and all power. The pharaoh here has a strong chin. It's a little hard to see because of the false beard. But look at the full lips and look at the molded nose and the angle of the nose. Please notice that some of the other columns lost their tops. Remember, though, that this much nice stone is a big temptation for somebody else to swipe. And they did.
The prophet Isaiah described the powerful nation of Cush. Go, swift messengers to a nation tall and smooth, to a people feared far and wide, a powerful and oppressive nation whose land the rivers divide. Ancient historical accounts describe how the bow was a formidable weapon in the hands of these Cushite or Nubian warriors. According to the Bible, the Assyrians, under their king Sennacherib, had overrun the region and captured Judah's southern fortress, Lachish. Tirhaka and his warriors came to the aid of King Hezekiah of Judah.
In 2 Kings chapter 19, there is an incidental reference to a king of Egypt, who's actually from Nubia. Now, Sennacherib received a report that Tirhaka, the Cushite king of Egypt, was marching out to fight against him. Biblical Tirhaka is called Taharka in the Egyptian sources, and he belongs to the 25th dynasty.
I knew that Cush was associated with black people, with Africans, but I did not know that it was mentioned 52 times in the entire Bible. And you were saying that that's like more than any other ethnic group, any other nation besides Israel.
And I love the fact that we're looking into proof and facts, not stuff that we're making up and saying, this is probably African. We're looking at facts. We're looking at facial characteristics. We're looking at everything here in Africa, saying we're not making anything up. We're just showing you church biblical history with African figures.
Those who are not African Americans or not blacks will tend to gloss over those legitimate passages where Africans are indeed mentioned. For example, in my opinion, Moses' Cushite wife was a black woman from Cush. She should not be equated with Zipporah, who was Moses' wife from Midian. Midian is an area of northwestern Arabia. Also, there are some remarkable Cushites mentioned in Jeremiah, one of whom saved Jeremiah's life. And also, of course, the eunuch from Ethiopia in Acts 8 was no doubt black. On the other hand, there are some who are not black, because not all people who lived in Africa were black. I think a basic principle is that it is not necessary for one to find one's ethnic group mentioned in the Bible in order to accept the biblical message for oneself. For example, there are no Asians mentioned in the Bible. I've sometimes gotten a call from Chinese Christians who wonder if the Magi were Chinese. No, they're not. Nor are any Native Americans mentioned.
It matters not if the Pharaoh was black. That matters not to me. What matters to me is that the truth just be brought forth.
I think, especially we as blacks in America, with our history of slavery and our church traditions being grown, and the Lord's providential hand upon us in the context of history of slavery and segregation and oppression, and just being raised with images of Jesus as blonde hair and blue eyed, and not only Jesus but church fathers and biblical heroes in the movies we see, in the paintings, and you really get raised feeling like your people didn't have anything to do with this. And it's just amazing to see that we did, and that God's providential hand has been on Black people and on people of African descent, not only in our history in America, but all the way back here.
It is something that everyone needs to understand. Everyone needs to know that even in the Bible, that there is equality.
There's no question in my mind that God loves the people of Africa. And as a matter of fact, that he had us in mind from the very beginning, from creation. And, he has us in mind all the way through to the vision that I believe John saw in the island of Patmos.
While exiled on the island of Patmos, the aging Apostle John received a vision of the future. In that vision, recorded in the book of Revelation, the last living apostle saw not a cursed people, but a blessed people. For there, before the throne of God and the Lamb of Christ, were people from every tribe and tongue. John wrote, "And they sang a new song, saying, 'Worthy are you, for you were slain and purchased for God with your blood men from every tribe and tongue and people and nation. You have made them to be a kingdom and priests to our God, and they will reign upon the earth.'" And centuries before the Apostle John, the prophet Isaiah looked down the rivers of time to that time of the future kingdom of God. And there in the kingdom, he saw a blessed people, the people of Cush, ancient Nubia, coming to Jerusalem, coming to Mount Zion with gifts. At that time, gifts will be brought to the Lord Almighty from a people tall and smooth-skinned, whose land is divided by rivers. The gifts will be brought to Mount Zion, the place of the name of the Lord Almighty. So all people everywhere are invited to be a part of God's family and God's kingdom. No one is excluded. No one is left out. No one is cursed because of some shade of color or one's appearance or because they're a man or a woman. For God sees nothing but our hearts. And when our hearts are His, we are all one in Christ. The great apostle to the Gentile nations wrote, "There is neither Jew nor Greek, there is neither slave nor free man, there is neither male nor female, for you are all one in Christ Jesus." I'm Wintley Phipps. Remember, no matter your color, Jesus loved you all the way to the cross. And He's coming back again for men and women from every race, nation, kindred, tongue, and people.
So we have listened to these videos, and from here we can see that Africans, we are already industrious and productive before the arrival of the colonists. That is one factor I want to point out, which is not among the listed points I have. Then I will make more videos from these two particular videos that I have just played. So I will make more videos with different topics, or maybe I will make one video more than with these two videos with a different topic. So in that one video, I will analyze them also according to the topic I will give to it. Then we can see that Jesus Christ is not a racist, and Jesus Christ is not tribalistic. God is not tribalistic. All the racism, tribalism you see going on among humanity are a product of human nature. Colonialism is not among God's plan for humanity. Slavery is not among God's plan for humanity. Rather, it is between humanity and humanity, and as a result of people's weaknesses, shortcomings that led them to fall into slavery. Because comparing the colonists and the Africans were insecure, that they never invested in defense, to protecting Africa. Defense, I mean weaponry defense, psychological defense. Africans, we are just porous psychologically, irrespective of how far they have developed before the arrival of the colonists. Psychological defense is the greatest defense anyone can have. Then there is no time to go deep into that. When in the future, I will tell us how from biblical example, psychological defense, psychological gadgets are the most precious gadgets anyone can possess. So Africans, we are lacking very, very, very tremendously on that, even until today. But this is the beginning of the change. So what I'm doing here is psychological revolution, and these are also the content of the videos you have listened to. Now I am bringing the video, compiling them together for more detail, for more analysis, and for more comprehension. Then I want to go to the third video. Then the third video is why wasn't Ethiopia colonized? We have had the explanation before from the first video that I played, a little explanation, but this should be on direct explanation on why Ethiopia was not colonized. Then after that, I will play why Thailand was not colonized, why Japan was not colonized. And from here, we'll begin to realize the truth and the reality and the possibility of countries being not colonized. Even until today, Africa is still under colonization. Then what are we doing? Why did we fail and others did not fail in this colonization invasion? Then why are we still failing? Like if you talk about Thailand, Thailand is developed today, irrespective of what, better than Africa. But why are we still failing and falling backward? Why God had blessed us with the greatest natural resources, as in human resources, people energetically, physically vibrant, energetic, and presentable. Then we have natural resources with which God had blessed us better than all other continents of the world. But psychologically, we are the poorest. Then regarding unity and the cooperation, we are the worst. These are the factors that we are very, very backward. So psychologically, when I say psychologically, it is inclusion of all sorts of education and the ability to reason properly and be consistent, reasoning properly and be consistent with such reasoning. So let me set the video, then I will...
Personal vendetta. Now at the end of January, Italy voted to send a massive new force back to Eritrea to avenge their recent defeat, while the Ethiopian Emperor, Johannes IV, decided to pull his troops out.
So, the topic, why wasn't Ethiopia colonized? Then the source of the video is Knowledge Here, YouTube. Knowledge Here, YouTube is the source. So let me play it.
In a world where most modern nations were at one point either colonized or the colonizer, it seems quite a mystery how some regions remained untouched by this crucial era of the past. And it's especially surprising to find that there were actually some areas in Africa that remained untouched by the Portuguese, British, Spanish, French, Belgian, and Italian colonial powers who swarmed the continent with simultaneous goals of expanding their empires. Of the few and far between modern-day states that managed to slip out of the imperial intruder's grasp, though, Ethiopia stands as one of the most impressive. This video is brought to you by Morning Brew, a free daily newsletter from Monday to Sunday. We live in a world where good information is needed, and we can keep up to date with the latest news from the beginning of the day. In the past, the first thing I did in the morning was aimlessly scroll through social media, being unproductive and losing the most important part of the day. Now, I use Morning Brew as my main starter of the day, being connected to very relevant and informative business news in just 5 minutes. This makes reading the news actually enjoyable, and it helps me stay informed and entertained for free. Morning Brew also covers news about history and culture. In the past week, I learned more about the economy and about the tiny country of Tuvalu fighting climate change. There's no reason not to subscribe to Morning Brew if you're interested in business, finance, or tech. It's completely free and takes less than 15 seconds to subscribe. Click my link in the description below to subscribe to Morning Brew today.
If you enjoy high-quality animated history documentaries, visit History Marsh YouTube channel. Explore kingdoms and empires that shaped our world.
During the 19th century, multiple colonial powers had realized that Africa served as a good source of natural resources and additional profit. Europeans had actually been in Africa since the 15th century, establishing exploration campaigns and trade posts along the coast. Eventually, each empire also realized that they would likely be competing with their neighboring European powers, and therefore needed to make some claims to the lands they wished to utilize. This prompted a period generally referred to as the Scramble for Africa. When the scramble began, Europeans had already reached the continent, driven by financial and political reasons. The European leaders knew that it would only be a matter of time before war would break out between them if some type of deal was not made as to who would control which parts of the continent. 13 European nations met with each other and the United States for the Berlin Conference. The conference began on November 15, 1884, and didn't end until February 26, 1885, and resulted in the subsequent Berlin Act. The region of modern-day Congo that had already been occupied by the Belgians was confirmed to be under Belgian possession. Areas of free trade for all was set up around the Niger and Congo rivers and the Congo Basin and Lake Malawi, and it was agreed that any European entity who took land along the African coast would have to inform the other powers of this action. Now, the door was open for any and all of these imperial powers to start taking over the continent. Italy was one of these empires, and quickly set its sights on Ethiopia after beginning to establish what would become its Eritrean colony. Moving to expand this colony more, the Italians sent their Special Corps of Africa into the port town of Massawa, was at the time under the authority of the Ethiopian Empire in 1887. The latter initially sent a warning to the Italian officials that they were in violation of a treaty that had been signed between Ethiopia, known then as Abyssinia, Britain, and Egypt. But the warning was not heeded. Instead, Italy decided to double down and began to prepare for a battle at the Sahati fortification with 167 Italian troops alongside 1,000 locals. The town's governor, Ras Alula Ngida, was not even slightly tolerant of this move and decided to outright attack the fortification and its inhabitants. This risky decision resulted in a tragic number of casualties for the Ethiopians, with only a few Italians being injured and none killed. The attacking troops had been no match for the garrison's cannon and rifles, and were shortly forced to retreat, while some still remained alive. Still, the Italians were now low on ammunition, and further felt need for reinforcements, which resulted in about 550 additional troops being sent to the fortification. Thanks to his spies, Ras Alula was given a heads up and quickly gathered a fresh army to march back to the garrison before the reinforcements could arrive. This time, the Ethiopians greatly outnumbered the Italians, who still had superior weaponry but low ammunition. The battle raged on for a few hours before the ammo finally ran out, and the Ethiopians routed their enemies, almost wiping them out entirely. This considerably angered the surviving Italians and their authorities, which turned the newfound war into not only a political struggle, but also a personal vendetta. Now, at the end of January, Italy voted to send a massive new force back to Eritrea to avenge their recent defeat, while the Ethiopian emperor, Johannes IV, decided to pull his troops out of the area for the time being. This ended up being a wise move, as the Italians were suddenly plagued by disease and forced to return home by March. The rest of the year was marked by a period of shady politics and back-and-forth alliances. The Italians hoped to bribe the rivals of Johannes into partnerships with them, while the emperor himself looked to maintain unity within the region so he would have support against the invading threat. Ultimately, with the death of Johannes as he fought elsewhere against the maddest Sudanese threat, the Italians found some degree of success, as the monarch was succeeded by Menelik of Shiva, whom they had previously formed an alliance with. This brought about the treaty in which Italy's new possessions throughout the establishment of Italian Eritrea were recognized by the Ethiopian Empire. Still, though Ethiopia did lose some of the territories it had previously claimed, Ethiopia itself was yet to be touched by Italy's colonial hand. This was not the end of Italy versus Ethiopia, though. And Europe had surely not given up so easily on colonizing the remaining African free states. In fact, Italy at this point actually believed Ethiopia to be an Italian protectorate via the Whitchild Treaty. In the Italian translation, this clause had been quite clear, but for some reason, in the Amharic translation, it was not, and instead seemed to confirm Ethiopia's full autonomy. The Italians claimed that Menelik surely knew he was signing a modified copy of the treaty, but that doesn't appear to be the case, as he had sent letters to both Germany and Britain in 1889 and was only informed by them that he could not have diplomatic relations with any European power aside from Italy due to the rules established back at the Berlin Conference. This prompted newfound tensions between Italy and its supposed protectorate as Menelik denounced the hidden clause of the treaty and worked to consolidate his own power throughout Ethiopia. This ushered in a new era of Ethiopian nationalism, partly fueled by a widespread anti-Italy sentiment, but also through the unity encouraged by the new emperor. When Italy began to seize small territories around the Ethiopian-Eritrean border, they expected some of Menelik's rivals to join their campaign and fight against him, but instead, they all rushed to the emperor's side. This time, Italy's strategy to divide and conquer quickly crumbled, as the Ethiopians, regardless of previous internal feuds, were determined to unite and maintain their independence from the Europeans. Ironically, Menelik was also now better equipped thanks to the Europeans. The Italians had provided some weaponry to rivals of the crown, including Menelik himself prior to Johannes' death, that they expected would be used against the Ethiopian authority, in addition to further military supplies from France and Britain, who hoped to keep Italy's expansion in check. When a new war finally broke out between Italy and Ethiopia, the fresh nationalism and unity of the latter would eventually prove itself to be the key to victory. Though some military aid was given from Russia, it was the joint efforts of the Ethiopians that eventually defeated the Italians at the Battle of Adwa. Following this decisive clash, the Treaty of Addis Ababa was signed in October of 1896 and forced the Italians to recognize Ethiopian sovereignty. The aftermath of these events, and the impressive nature in which Ethiopia had proven itself as an independent nation, strengthened its ties with Russia, and prompted both Britain and France to spark friendlier relations. This played a significant role in the safety of Ethiopia's sovereignty and went far in deterring other European imperial powers from making any moves against the Free State. Still, Italy was not quite done. In 1935, the Second Italo-Ethiopian War broke out after Italy decided to invade Ethiopia yet again. This time, though, Italy was actually successful to a certain extent. Ethiopia was annexed and united with the surrounding Italian possessions of Somaliland and Eritrea to create Italian East Africa, which lasted until the Italians switched sides in the Second World War and eventually signed a treaty in 1947 that acknowledged Ethiopia's independence and required Italy to pay $25 million in reparations. So, Ethiopia was never colonized, in part due to the underestimation of the entire continent's possibilities by Europe, partially because of the Berlin Conference and the limitations it put on other empires in the region, but largely due to the resilience and determination of the locals. This region was more developed than other African territories, and it had more contact with Muslim and European kingdoms throughout the centuries, while many other African tribes in other regions were isolated. Another factor that contributed to this outcome is Italy. Now, beyond the jokes that have been made about the Italian armies in some contexts, at the end of the 19th century, Italy was a recently unified country, and its experience in colonialism was pale compared to that of Great Britain or France. We cannot know what would have happened if one of these two countries had been more captivated by Ethiopian territory, but it is a factor that we must take into account. The Ethiopian nationalism and Menelik's skillful unification and use of European weaponry against the Europeans were pillars in the fight for freedom of the Ethiopians. Without those factors, history likely would have gone down a very different path. We want to thank those who support us on Patreon. Your pledge is very important, and it helps us create more videos about our interesting history. We want to thank you too for watching our videos. Don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already. We'll see you next time. As the powers of Europe began to grow,
from the same knowledge here, YouTube knowledge here, and the topic of this video: why wasn't Thailand colonized?
and expand throughout the world's history, colonialism became the forefront of this expansion. Over time, almost every non-European nation became a colony of one European nation or another at some point. Only a few countries managed to escape becoming overpowered by the Europeans, which makes us wonder, how did they do it? For a nation like Thailand, which was surrounded by British, French, and Dutch territories, there seemed to be no hope of avoiding colonialism. And yet, somehow, not the British, nor the French, or even the Dutch ever colonized Thailand, and neither did any other European power. So if Thailand was never subject to colonialism, how did it manage to pull that off? There are a few reasons to explain why no one ever decided to colonize Thailand, or, at the time, the Kingdom of Siam. Firstly, the Brits and French in particular were actually a bit relieved to have some buffer territory between their colonies. With Britain now possessing Malaysia and Burma, and the French taking Indochina, the two European powerhouses had found themselves only separated by the land of Siam. Without it, both sides feared potential border disputes, and therefore were excessively hesitant to take the kingdom for themselves. The Netherlands had also entered the region when it colonized Indonesia, And although this buffer state wasn't necessarily needed for them, since it was not between Indonesia and the other colonies, the general state of peace that it could help maintain in the area was still a benefit for the Dutch. So, this established an immediate reason for Siam to remain uncolonized from the very start. But it wasn't the only factor. Secondly, the Siamese kings, especially Chulalongkorn, realized that in order to avoid colonization, they had to transform their political system into a more Europeanized version. This became a massive nation-building project that led to the modernization of today's Thailand. An important aspect of this project was map-making. The Siamese realized that the Europeans put a lot of emphasis on knowledge, especially topographical knowledge. The Europeans used maps to define territory that they ruled, and when borders were ill-defined, they used this as an opportunity to take the land. Also, the concentration of power was important. In the Siamese mandala system, power wasn't well defined. Local rulers maintained a high level of autonomy in different regions, and that could have been a problem for the whole kingdom. After this problem was realized, a standing professional army was introduced. This showed the unity of the kingdom, and it gave the king more power to control the local rulers. The concentration of power became a beneficial advantage in the fight against Western colonization. Another important factor might be the transition to Europeanism. In Siam, the royal family set a fashion for admiring Western things. Cars and other European things were imported. Chulalongkorn enjoyed being photographed in Western clothes, and he sent his sons for European education. Still, there was a brief period of concern that may have led to a change of plans, if not for the eventual outcome. Counterintuitive to the presence of Siam as a buffer zone, pretty shortly after the arrival of the European colonists, a war broke out between the French and Siamese. The Pak Nam incident that happened in 1893 can be seen as the culmination of this conflict. Previously, the French and Siamese had come to an agreement that allowed the French to pass freely all the way up to the Pak Nam Islands, and so they decided to do just that. Having already anchored a gunboat at the French embassy in Bangkok, France wanted to send a second gunboat and an aviso up the Chao Phraya River to meet with the first ship. For some reason, the Siamese decided that they no longer wished to permit free passage to the French in this instance, and instead forbade the French from continuing their journey. Unsure of what to do next, the French commander Captain Bory tried to await further instructions from Paris, but no such messages came. The French consul, Auguste Pavy, suggested that the ships anchor at Ko Si Chung temporarily, until they received proper advice as to how to continue. He informed Bory of the warning given by the Siamese and hoped that this would be enough to pause the journey and avoid any conflict. Bory, contrarily, was more focused on his need to move forward. Given that the next chunk of his voyage necessitated a high tide, Bory wanted to hurry along his way, regardless of what the Siamese wanted. And so, gaining support from Rear Admiral Edgar Heuman, Bory chose to go forward and ignore Pavy's advice. This, of course, did not sit well with the Siamese. As night began to set on July the 13th, the French followed high tide and continued on their path toward the Pak Nam Islands. The French were unaware of the fact that the Siamese had already been prepared for their entry, having been waiting in their battle stations. At first, the Siamese would have been unable to see the French ships approaching due to heavy rain and low clouds. It wasn't until the rain had let up that night that the Siamese caught sight of the boats as they passed by a lighthouse. For now, there was no action taken. The French ships were not in range of the Siamese guns, and the former was obviously not intending to fight the latter first. But once the gap was closed, the Siamese shot off 2 blanks to see if the French would heed the warning. No response came, and the ships were still moving forward. So the Siamese now fired a real warning shot into the water. Still, the French ignored. Now, the Siamese fired one more live shot to trigger their gunboats to open fire. The French engaged, firing back with their own shots, which caused a wave of chaos to wash over the Siamese defenders, with both the fort and gunboats being commanded by newly arrived Danes who spoke not even a lick of Siamese. The ability of the Siamese to quickly fire back was hindered. According to one witness, the Danish captains on the Siamese ships ended up having to run back and forth between the bridge and the guns, which they would have to fire themselves. The situation scarcely differed at the fort. Likely due to unorganization and lacking effort by the Siamese, the French were shortly able to pass through, mostly unscathed, and reach Pak Nam. This entire encounter angered the French, especially considering the fact that it was a violation of a prior agreement made by the two sides. The initial punishment given by the French was to establish a blockade of the river after the French ships had departed to head back home. This, unfortunately, had a significantly negative effect on British trade as well, which prompted the Brits to put pressure on both sides for negotiations. This was not the first time that the French and Siamese had clashed over political disputes, though. Since the arrival of the British and French, more and more pressure was put on Siam, and they started to lose some territories. Earlier on in the previous year, tensions had started to rise after the French government general of Indochina had sent Auguste Pavie to bring Laos under French authority. Other incidents, such as the expulsion of 3 French merchants by 2 different Siamese governors, also sparked an anti-Siamese sentiment back in France, which only encouraged the brewing friction. This would later prompt Pavie to demand that the Siamese evacuate every last military post that they had onto the east of the Mekong River, as he claims that this region truly belongs to Vietnam. As part of this pressure, Pavie sent what would be the first French gunboat anchored in Bangkok. Before that, though, in April, the French sent a military force into the disputed region to seize control. Eventually, the Siamese did agree to give Laos over to the French, which required a new treaty between France and Britain to establish clear borders between French Laos and Upper Myanmar, which was in British hands. It was significantly important for both sides to not only define these borders, but to also ensure that peace could be maintained with the Kingdom of Siam. It remains the case that a buffer territory would be ideal for the British and French colonies, and both sides were dealing with enough of their own problems within the surrounding lands to want to risk a war with each other. This alone could have stopped Thailand from being colonized. Subsequently, the Siamese started to pass sweeping economic, military, and administrative reforms. This created a new centralization process in Siam, which greatly pleased the West, and led to Britain and France reiterating their neutral stance and insisting they had no plans of occupying, colonizing, or in any other way taking over the territory of Siam. By 1910, a series of updated treaties had established the borders of modern-day Thailand. That same year, King Chulalongkorn died and was succeeded by his son, King Rama VI, who had been educated at the Royal Military Academy Sandhurst and the University of Oxford, which helped contribute to the leadership's westernization. New education systems and schools were opened. The Gregorian calendar was adopted, and even societal changes were encouraged in order to better match the West. Following a brief failed palace revolt in which a group of young military officers attempted to overthrow the king in favor of a more westernized institution, the First World War broke out. Likely to keep the peace with the West, Siam declared war on Germany and Austria-Hungary, and its role in the war would eventually earn its place in the Peace Conference of Versailles. This new level of relevance on the global stage greatly protected Siam from the potential risk that they faced in the past from Western colonization. As Siam now moved towards a constitutional monarchy and eventually became Thailand in 1939, the threat of any Western invasion was essentially non-existent. Due to a combination of geography, resistance, and assimilation, the Siamese proved to Britain, France, and any other colonial powers that it was best for everyone that they remain free and uncolonized. Thanks to the position of the French and British on either side and the policies under the later Siamese kings, Thailand managed to escape colonization.
So we have listened to this particular video. I'm looking for the next video. While I'll be looking for it, I will also, okay, I've gotten the video I am looking for. So now we have seen some reasons why Ethiopia.
Hey, so Ethiopia, the first utopia.
Why
When you think
Ethiopia
of Ethiopia,
was not colonized.
what do you think about? What do you see? Ethiopia was the first utopia in the world. And Ethiopia is where.
Why Ethiopia was not colonized. Now we have heard about some reasons why Thailand was not colonized. Now we are going to go into Japan to hear also brief reasons why Japan was not colonized. So it is all about we coming to the realization of the fact that there is the possibility of a territory or of a people or some people not being colonized. And there is nothing unique about it, outside of their own responsibility to ensure that they do not submit to the colonization. So they realize that it is their responsibility to defend, to protect their territory and their freedom from colonization, and they engaged into action. Now, Japan and Thailand are Asian countries. Ethiopia is an African country. Then beside these three countries here, many other countries were colonized right inside their continent. Like beside Ethiopia, barely the rest of the African countries were colonized, beside Ethiopia and probably Liberia. But they were occupied later on, but they were not properly colonized. So they still retain their own original independence and original ancestral history intact until today. So there is no change of narrative, change of culture and the histories, and also very indebtedly within them. So though it affects them, but they still fought to protect. And if had it been that the rest of the countries in this very continent, African continent and the Asian continent, we are not colonized, then we will not be suffering from the level of slavery we are suffering today. Now, I'm not talking about the American continent, because I don't know if there is any of them who we are not colonized. Later on, I will go and research to get information about that. So it is the failure of the majority of the African and the Asian countries to protect their territory, protect their integrity, protect their cultural value, protect everything belonging to them, that led them to submitting into the colonization. One thing we should have in mind is that there is no time the invaders will relax. It doesn't happen in life. They can never relax. There will always be people who want to take over others. Then it is the responsibility of the indigenous people everywhere to protect themselves, protect everything they have. And it starts from developing our mindset that we should not depend on others in everything. There are things we should do for ourselves. There are things we should depend on others, and there are things we should depend on God. Then we point out those things we should depend on others. Then we begin to go into it as negotiation. Then those things we cannot depend on others, we begin to develop ourselves towards it. That is how people to develop themselves. Then why should I should ask a question? Why was the Europeans not colonized by Africans and by Asians? It is because the Europeans, they prepare ahead of time. They know what they should do for themselves, and they do what they should do for themselves. And they know that definitely once upon a time, people will try to invade them, so they protect themselves. All of the fights among the Europeans were internal fights. It was among the European citizens, that is, European countries fighting each other until they came to unite themselves, which led them into having what is called the Berlin Conference in 1884. And that Berlin Conference was conducted with the ambition of invading Africa and Asia for colonization. Because they had the Berlin Conference, they made peace among themselves, among the European countries. Then the secondary purpose of the Berlin Conference was to plan on how to invade the rest of the countries of the world, starting from Africa, Asia, then to the American continent. So we have the responsibility, and if we do not take up our responsibility, we will continue to suffer under slavery, and the worst will become the case. But if we begin to take up our responsibility to know that our territory belongs to us, our natural resources is what God has blessed us with, and we should protect it, we should value it, we should decide how to market them, how to use them, how to develop them, who should be involved and who should not be involved. And they are property belonging to the indigenous people. Until we realize this and put it into practice, we are going nowhere. We are just shouting and wasting our time. So let us listen now about the reason why Japan was not colonized.
Saudi Arabia, Iran, Thailand, and Ethiopia were part of the small list of nations that managed to come out of the colonial era, having never fallen under the authority of a foreign nation, as the Americas, part of Africa, and parts of Asia all had. Another one of these foreign states who managed to slip through the cracks was Japan. The first thought that may come to mind when asked why Japan was never colonized may be the fact that they were actually a colonial empire themselves at one time, and this would actually be a good point. After acquiring control over the islands of Nanpo, Ryukyu, and Kurile in the 1870s through 80s, the Japanese empire began to shift its gaze further abroad. Taiwan was the first of these new territories to come under the Japanese crown, in this case, due to a treaty that had been signed at the end of the First Sino-Japanese War. Next, Japan joined the Western colonial powers in trying to expand through East Asia, which eventually led them to annexing Korea and providing themselves to be a colonizer, not a colony. The Japanese continued on this path throughout the 20th century as well, seizing Sakhalin, some of Germany's colonial territories such as the Caroline Islands and Manchuria. The Japanese colonial empire would eventually meet its end in 1945, following the wrap-up of World War II. But during its existence, it had made the prospect of anyone colonizing Japan itself utterly ridiculous. This means that for roughly 5 decades, the reason why Japan wasn't colonized was simply because Japan was a colonizer.
Nuevo Hydra Energetic. Paso 1, antiojeras. Paso 2, crema hidratante. De L'Oréal Men Expert.
A colonizer. While this explanation seems the most obvious, and it's a sound argument, it still accounts for less than a full century, and the colonial era had started hundreds of years prior to Japan even becoming a colonial power itself. So what kept intruders at bay in the meantime? Well, Japan wasn't actually completely free of European interference. The Portuguese were the first Europeans to land in Japan when a group of Portuguese traders anchored their ship on the shores of Nipponese in 1543. A new relationship between Japan and Portugal suddenly began to grow, mostly centered on economics, but religion quickly became a talking point as well. Commerce was a huge factor in the Portuguese influence over Japan. Most of their trading goods were coming from China, which had long been off limits to Japan after a ban of contact was put in place by the Chinese emperor. This meant that the Portuguese had something that the Japanese really wanted, but would be unable to get on their own. It was a perfect system, and worked well for a few decades. The Japanese could purchase goods like silk and porcelain from China without having to go directly through Chinese merchants, and the Portuguese were able to expand their influence into Asia even further. Firearms were another popular purchase of the Japanese, especially during the Sengoku period of civil war. Unfortunately, not all of Portugal's endeavors in Japan were beneficial to the locals. Shortly after arriving, the Portuguese began to establish a successful slave trade, in which they would buy Japanese citizens, especially women, and Portugal's endeavors in Japan were beneficial to the locals. Shortly after arriving, the Portuguese began to establish a successful slave trade, in which they would buy Japanese citizens, especially women, and sell them off to Europeans abroad. This new business grew rapidly, but it quickly became a concern of the contemporary Portuguese monarch. King Sebastian believed that the developing market would stain Portugal's evangelical Catholic reputation, particularly as they were trying to bring Christianity into Japan. Unwilling to risk any complications it may cause any longer, Sebastian ordered a ban on the slave trade in 1571, although this didn't really do much at all. The trade continued, and Toyotomi Hideyoshi, known as the Great Unifier of Japan, was becoming increasingly angered by the entire situation. He was tired of seeing his own men and women being sold off by the hundreds, and decided to write a letter to the Portuguese Jesuit Vice-Provincial Gaspar Coelho, and informed him that his business must end, and that all slaves should be returned free to Japan. Some historians view this rage to be a bit hypocritical, given that Hideyoshi was participating in a mass slave trade himself, only of Korean prisoners of war, instead of his own Japanese people. Nonetheless, Hideyoshi's anger continued to grow, and he began to blame the Portuguese Jesuits in particular. This, of course, was exactly what King Sebastian had hoped to avoid, but he had done too little, too late. At his wits' end, Hideyoshi outlawed Christian evangelization from Japan. The slave trade wasn't officially banned until 1595, and the relationship between Japan and Portugal had been severely negatively affected by the entire situation. The Japanese now saw the Portuguese, and particularly the Jesuits, as a major threat to Japan's sovereignty. By the 17th century, all ties with the potential colonial threat were severed, and the Portuguese didn't push the boundaries anymore. Although Japan did have some benefits to offer the Portuguese and other European powers potentially, it wasn't enough to make fighting back worth it. Realistically, forceful colonization of Japan would be near impossible. Not only had the Japanese purchased vast numbers of firearms from the Portuguese, but they'd also learned how to make their own. And considering the demands brought about by the Civil War period, the Japanese were ready and fully capable for battle. Additionally, Japan was a large country with a large population, especially compared to Portugal. Even for some of the bigger European powers, it would have been more of a challenge than it was worth, especially because of how far away Japan was from Europe. Trying to ship large amounts of troops, even just enough to match the local population, from anywhere in Europe over to the Japanese archipelago would not have been easy, if even possible, and there wasn't enough incentive. In terms of trade, natural resources, or any other strong motivation, Japan was simply lacking. There was nothing it had that the Europeans couldn't find, or weren't already able to get elsewhere from their pre-existing colonies, and that in itself was another factor. Portugal, Spain, and the other colonial powers were all preoccupied with their current colonies, To pull attention and possibly resources from those, any new territory would have had to been very attractive, and more so than Japan was. Lastly, things in Europe were far from peaceful, in multiple ways. For one, the array of colonial monarchies throughout the continent were not all necessarily allies. Competition between them was not only unsurprising, but common. And European wars were by no means rare. This would have kept Portugal and the others not only distracted, but also at a risk of conflict with another rival European nation if any of them had decided to make a genuine effort in the direction of colonizing Japan. Furthermore, all of the Europeans still had to worry about foreign threats, such as the Ottoman Empire. And they were actively trying to expand and consolidate power in ways that directly conflicted with European colonialism. This kept Portugal and their rivals very significantly busy away from Japan, and greatly raised the bar for what Japan needed to offer in order to make colonizing it worth the effort. So the reason why Japan was never colonized was actually a combination of luck and the strength of the Japanese themselves. Luck, of course, can account for the beneficial geographic position of the archipelago being a far way away from major colonial powers. It can also be given as a reason for Japan's lack of resources that could have potentially drawn in more European conquerors. Moreover, the numerical and military strength of the Japanese, even centuries prior to becoming a colonial power themselves, was enough to make the Europeans be at an undeniable disadvantage in the case of an invasion. And when Japan did turn itself into a colonial empire, this was the final nail in the long-closed coffin of potential colonization of Japan. The tables had turned, and the Japanese were now the ones in power, not those being overpowered. The Portuguese may have had a risky opportunity to conquer Japan when they first arrived on the archipelago back in the 16th century, but it still likely would have ended in favor of the Japanese. Even if Portugal had not blown up its own chances by establishing the slave trade, or if King Sebastian had acted sooner in banning the market, this still would have come nowhere near guaranteeing a successful colonization attempt. More likely than not, if these circumstances hadn't gone wrong, something else would have. This means that Japan wasn't colonized because, more likely than not, it couldn't have been done without insane risk and sacrifice from whichever colonial power tried to get it done. And the Japanese archipelago remained untouched by colonialism, aside from the short stint of the Portuguese.
So now I will change from videos to analysis. Then later on, I will conclude with video. Later on, I will conclude with video, two videos revealing about why the Europeans are now rushing back into Africa. So now I want to go into the points of the analysis which I have listed. The first point is Ethiopia not colonized. Why Ethiopia? Okay, Ethiopia. No. One, Pan-African colors. Pan-African colors originated from Ethiopia, and that is from 000 seconds. Pan-African colors originated from Ethiopia, and this is from points of reality, the relation they have with divinity, God, and the Bible. And this is to tell you that Christianity is not initially by God made for slavery. Christianity is made for development. Christianity is made for psychological and character development. Christianity is made for developing peace and justice among humanity and for welfare of human life all over the world. Christianity is made to be the light to reflecting the perfect godliness in heaven here on earth. That is the reason Jesus Christ prayed and said, when we pray, we should be praying that the kingdom of God shall come. Thy kingdom come, O Lord, and thy will be done on earth as it is done in heaven. Christianity is made to be the principle to exercising the heaven on earth. The earth is created to be the replicate of the heaven. So, and we humans are created in God's image to be replicates of God regarding our character-wise, our reasoning, our behaviors, our visions, our creativity, and also our enjoyment, if we can do it God's way. Then the first point, as I've made mention, Pan-African colors originated from Ethiopia. 002nd, Jeremiah 13 verse 23 says, can the Ethiopian change his skin? Do you see the name Ethiopia in Jeremiah? Or the leopard his spot? Then may ye also do good that are accustomed to do evil. So can Ethiopia change their skin? No. God knows the Ethiopians, and God knows the dark skin of the Ethiopians because he has created them, and that is their original skin, and there is nothing, even bleaching cannot change it. Rather, bleaching creams will damage it. But if it is to change it on their own, on our own, to make it, to change it to another color on our own, that is from our blood or from wherever, or we recreate ourselves on our own, it is impossible. God has created us to have this color, to have my color, the more brighter ones and the darker ones than myself. So that is how God has created we the Africans, and God make it not to be changeable. That is our uniqueness, and we should be proud of it, and we should develop to promote it. God created us with our color and with our value, but the reason is that in our ignorance, in our low IQ, we believe we are inferior because the colonizers came to tell us we are inferior. And you see the name Ethiopia and the skin, the color, the Ethiopian, the Africans in the Bible, knowing that at this time even Christianity had not even begun, but we are recorded in the Bible and for the right purpose. So we have biblical record. So God was here complaining against the people, against the Israelis using the Africa, the Ethiopia. He was talking directly to us, telling us about our evil, and telling us that he owns us and we have to continue living his way. This is when we were living on our own outside of godliness that God began to lay this complaint with other factors complementing it. I read Jeremiah 13 verse 23. Then Psalm 68 verse 31. It said, prince shall come out of Egypt. Ethiopia shall soon stretch out her hands unto God. Prince shall come out of, the princes shall come out of Egypt. Ethiopia shall soon stretch out her hands unto God. Princes, that is leaders, world-class leaders, excellent leaders, top front leaders, princes, those who will reign shall come out of Egypt. That is the purpose of God. Egypt is located here in Africa. That is the plan of God for we the Africans. We should be reigning, but when we do not live under the principle and governance and the power and glory of God, the reverse will begin to be the case. That is the truth of the whole matter. When we talk about the colonization, then we'll also talk about where we are erring on our own without the colonists, because in some ways the colonists are God's tools. God's tools for chastising we the Africans, because we are God's people, but we have abandoned God, the God, our creator, even though we call upon his name. And even before the Christianity, our ancestors, they used to worship, but the majority of them never remain on the accurate principle of worshiping God, even before Jesus Christ came. And that is one of the reasons he came, to revive the godliness and bring it to perfect standard according to his own method. And that is what is called today Christianity, based on Christ, the Christocentricity. It is not based on human dogma or any other system. It must be according to Jesus Christ. Then Acts chapter 8, verse 27 to verse 31. He said, and he rose and went, and behold, a man of Ethiopia, an eunuch of great authority under Candace, queen of the Ethiopians, who had the charge of all her treasure, and had come to Jerusalem for to worship, was returning, and sitting in his chariot, read Isaiah the prophet. Verse 29 now. Then the Spirit said unto Philip, go near and join thyself to this chariot. And Philip ran thither to him, and heard him read the prophet Isaiah, and said, understandest thou what thou readest? And he said, how can I, except some man should guide me? And he desired Philip that he would come up and sit with him. So this eunuch was an Ethiopian, and the Philip was an evangelist among the apostles of Jesus Christ. And the Apostle Philip, coming to this Ethiopian to explain to him more and more with greater understanding of the Bible. Then comparing these two, there is no colonization. Philip never come to colonize this Ethiopian with the Bible. Rather, he came to explain to him to understand more of what God is saying through the Bible, and for him to develop, to live in by the principle of God. Just like there are people who possess the Bible, but a lot had not undergone some training to understanding the Bible accurately and frequently. Then, while there are people who have already undergone such training, there are people also whom God give different gifts of ministry. There are people, even after having the theological study, there are people who God have given the gift of interpreting the Bible, understanding the Bible, and interpreting them easier and uniquely better than others, even better than some people who have more degree in the theological study. So from here we will discover that the Christianity is never meant for slavery. It is meant for educating godliness. That is what took place between the Ethiopian eunuch and Philip, and that is exactly what Christianity is all about: educating people the right way. It is not by colonization. Philip here, we never hear Philip carrying arms, surrendering the man, taking over his territory, or killing him. No, Christianity does not preach all those things. So I am bringing our mind to let us know that those who do all these things that I have said are not really Christians, but colonists who hijacked the Christianity to invade Africans and invest the rest of the world. And the greatest problem is the low IQ and the poor education and the absolute ignorance of many Africans and the other parts of the world who were colonized. Then the second point, Ethiopia not colonized, 30 seconds. Ethiopia existed from Old Testament till now. we'll see the existence of the Ethiopia from the Old Testament, from where I have read. It has existed from the Old Testament even until now. Ethiopia had existed from the Old Testament in combination of this Jeremiah 13 verse 23, Acts chapter 8 verse 26 to verse 31. We will see the existence. The Acts chapter 8 verse 26 to 31 is about the New Testament, the era of Christianity. Then Jeremiah is the era of Old Testament. And the Old Testament had existed thousands of years back. And there is what is called the dark age. The dark age when the gospel ceased among the Israelites, that is after the invasion of Israel and the commencement of the Babylon captivity against the Israelites. All those dark age lasted for 400 years. Thereafter, Christianity came. And we see the word Ethiopia and the Ethiopians in the Old Testament, and we also see them in the New Testament. So confirming that Ethiopia had been a Bible name that have lasted so long. This is more evidence to prove to us that Ethiopia was not actually colonized, because it doesn't have any colonial name. The same Ethiopia remained Ethiopia from the Old Testament until today. And that is also to show us the possibility of a people or a territory not being colonized. It is because they fought for it. So now the reason many African countries were colonized is because they were not prepared to confront the colonizers very well. I know that a lot of them fought, but due to their poor preparation, they were defeated after fighting everything. But according to life and according to the word of God, we are to be prepared every moment, every now and then. And this preparation should be generational. Then what did our fathers prepare for us to be confronting these slave masters? Barely our fathers did not prepare anything for us. Though they prepare something, and the preparation, for example, is that at least we live to see today, and they gave birth to us, and all of them did not die. They submitted to slavery. Now it is our time. What are we preparing for ourselves? How are we prepared ourselves? We are poorly prepared, but we are now progressing. My type and many other genuine freedom fighters, we are preparing ourselves. And what are we preparing for the future, for the succeeding generation, those who are from 20 years and downward? What are we preparing? Because they are the leaders of tomorrow. They are the people to lead us as we are getting old. In the next 20 years, they will grow. They will grow stronger and become more adult, while we will grow older when we have no strength anymore to be vibrant. Then what are we preparing for them? How are we preparing them? How are we educating them? How informed are they psychologically? Otherwise, what are the African developing for defense? What are we developing for defense? And what is the vision? What is the move we are moving? Are we still relying on others who will take advantage of us to program us how everything should go? How are we determined concerning we having our own gadgets to protecting ourselves? I mean, materially, otherwise, educationally, in industrialization. How are we prepared for that? Are we still backward? What are our leaders doing concerning it? And how much are we holding our leaders responsible to do what they are under compulsion to do? How are the youth doing that? If we are not doing that effectively, it means we are going backward rather than progressing. Then 3. Okay, that too, let me read Jeremiah 13 verse 23. Can the Ethiopian change his skin, or the leopard his spot? Then may ye also do good that are accustomed to do evil. Then added the same Psalm 68 verse 31. He said, princes shall come out of Egypt. Ethiopia shall soon stretch out her hands unto God. This is the will of God for we the Africans. But how are we doing this? We have abandoned it. It is something we should know. It is something we should be doing. But how serious are we to developing ourselves to produce these present and futuristic princes, world-class leaders among Africa? How are we? What are we doing? How are we prepared? What are we doing? What quality of education do we have for ourselves, for our children, for the forthcoming generations? The third one, the Negro Africans are Ethiopians. The Negro Africans are Ethiopians. Still confirmed. They say, still confirmed from the same Jeremiah. The Negro Africans are Ethiopians. First minute of the first video that I played in this program. Jeremiah 13:23, we have just read. Said, then my little comment, the Bible text is supposedly referring to the dark skin color of the Africans originally from Ethiopia. Yes, they're reading the Bible text saying, can the Ethiopians change his skin, or the leopard his spot? Then may ye also do good that are accustomed to do evil. All of the readings now have been from King James Version. The readings now have been from King James Version. All of the Bible texts have been reading. Then 4, the Jamaicans are Ethiopians. These are the first minute of the video. The Jamaicans are Ethiopians. Then see a brief statement I have written. They say slave trade, migration, and remigrations place the Jamaicans and all other dark-skinned people from Ethiopia, Africa, to the rest part of the world. Yes, slave trade, migration, and remigration, that is willful migration, slave trade, have placed many Africans, most of the people, or if you can trace every dark-skinned person's origin, ancestral origin, to Africa, and tracing it to Africa, no matter where their ancestors were caught for slavery in Africa, the trace of every African is Ethiopia. As we have had a lot of analysis from professionals. So some of these people you see that have made this video, they are archaeologists. Some of them are Bible historians, some and the social historians. So some of these people you see there are professors that are not just ordinary people. They get the right information, then they come to present it. It is all about we educating ourselves for the betterment of our people now and tomorrow and forever. 5, Nubians are the dark-skinned people. The Nubians, the dark-skinned people, they still have the name Nubia or Kush, still in first minute of the video. You see? Then my little brief statement there is Nubia, Kush are other ancestral names for Ethiopia. Yes, Nubia and the Kush. Whenever you hear the word Kush, I can't trace whether Nubia is in the Bible. I'm sure that Kush is in the Bible. So whenever you hear the word Kush, it is talking about the Ethiopia and the Ethiopians. 6, Ethiopia, the capital of Africa. Second minute. Ethiopia, the capital of Africa, because all Africans have their origin from Ethiopia. The black people of Noah, the black people as the descendants of Noah, they landed primarily in Ethiopia, and they began to migrate, each of them changing their direction changing their direction. And Ethiopia was their where they settled primarily, and they continued to migration. So the capital of Africa as a whole is this Ethiopia. That is for real. Then I have a little a brief statement there. I say Ethiopia retains her African name from the Old Testament to the New Testament from over 2,000 years ago till now. These two in New Testament era had lasted for over 2,000 years, and that is to tell you, to give you more proof, that biblical proof, and even from Christianity, that Ethiopia was not actually colonized, because all this colony took place from about 500 years ago until now, or 600 years ago until now. But Ethiopia had retained his name from the Old Testament, entering the New Testament, and the New Testament had outlasted the colonization, yet Ethiopia still retained the same name until today. Then back it up with where I have read before, Jeremiah 13 verse 23, Psalm 68 verse 31, Acts 8 verse 26 to verse 27. Ethiopia, the origin of all Africans. That should be number 7. It's like I omitted this one. Then in the end, it may be 23 because this one is not numbered. So it should maybe 23 in the end. Ethiopia, the origin of all Africans. Yes, that is true. What I've just said, reading the article posted on my WhatsApp. There is an article I posted on my WhatsApp. I should read. Then I made research about it. Then jot Psalm 68 verse 31 where we have read. Jot also the same Jeremiah 13 verse 31. Jot Acts chapter 8 verse 26 and verse 27. Excuse me, I am coming right away. Ethiopia, the origin of all Africa. Yes. Then there is an article I want to read, and this article is gotten from what the Bible says about feudalism, forerunner commentary. They say shame stains have names. Here are a few of them. Most prominent of all is sovereign nation states, a European innovation that replaced feudalism and established the rule of law. This tent took years to erect, but a good benchmark date is 1648, when the Treaty of Westphalia and Europe 30 Years' War created a stated center international order, a state-centered international order which very slowly grew in power and popularity. It shouldn't be. Okay, let me try this one. I didn't get what. Blacks in the Bible. blacksinthebible.net dot slash Hagar doc DOCHTM. Hagar and Keturah, Abraham's black concubine and second wife. And the naming of Africa. That is the topic. That is the topic. One of the most important and influential men in the Old Testament is Abraham, affectionately called father by three major religions of the world. Abraham and his beautiful wife, Sarah, wandered the desert of Africa, Asia, and Arabia in search of a city whose builder and maker was God himself. During this trek through Africa, Abraham feared his greatest black king, known as Pharaoh, would slay him in order to take his beautiful wife, later called Sarah. According to Genesis, Abraham married his half-sister, who was also a descendant of Shem, and Abraham married her half-sister. So Abraham is also an African. Abraham married her half-sister, and logically, he said that Sarah, her wife, was her sister. Then Abraham, that is among the descendants of Noah, these two people descend. They were siblings. They were not immediate. They were not immediate nuclear family, brother and sister, but they were siblings, like cousin to cousin or cousin to nephew, cousin to cousin or cousin to nephew. So, or cousin to grandnephew, some things like that. So this is exactly what happened, but they are of the same blood lineage, not really of the same mother and of the same father. And that is recorded in Genesis chapter 11, verse 10 to 27. Abraham told his wife to tell the Pharaoh that he was her brother, so the African king would spare his life. Fooled by this deception, the African king took Abraham's beautiful Shemitic wife to ravish her, and God had to intervene to rescue her. Later, Abraham and Sarah told the same lie to another black king, who also wished to misuse Sarah for his pleasure. The beauty of Abraham's wife must have been remarkable, for she was in her mid-60s and late 80s when this event happened. God again intervened. The biblical account is as follows. So I will not begin to go deep into the biblical account, and I will just go straight to and we see the origin. And when I will read it later, to read it to detail, we'll come to discover that even Hagar was an African. Hagar, who was their house help, their house girl, as of then, was an African. So because of time factor, let me continue with that one. I have made mention of that Bible quotation. The more Bible quotation on this is Genesis chapter 12. Genesis chapter 12, then focus on verse 15, 16, then, and the more, if you have the time, you go to the book of 1 Go to the book of First Chronicle chapter 1, verse 17 to 27. Genesis chapter 20, verse 12. Okay. Then to search further, you go to www.blacksinthebible.net to search further for this verification. Okay, 7-1. Okay, the 8th one. Yeah, the 7th one I have just concluded should be numbered, but I made the mistake of not numbering it. Now continuation 8, the 8th one. Bible used to enslave Africans. It is about psychological warfare and psychological conquest over the Africans. The Bible is not meant for enslavement. So we ask ourselves, why was the Bible used to enslave Africans and the Bible was not used to enslave the Europeans? After all, the Europeans did not own the Bible. They got the Bible in the process of their colonization. They used the Bible, giving false interpretation to the Bible. And I also ask, why did the Africans wait for the Europeans to come to teach them the Bible? Why didn't the Africans grab the Bible and they educate themselves about the Bible? It's just exactly what I am doing now. Many of you may not understand the work that I am doing, but the future will tell. That is how everything I do here begins, because God has placed me ahead of many people, to see ahead of many people and to begin on time for proactiveness. What I'm doing here is proactiveness. Some people may not like it, some people may not understand it, but with time you begin to understand it. And if they do not destroy the social media and the internet, it will always be available for you to come back to learn from the content of my teachings. So why did the Africans wait for the Europeans to teach us the Bible? Why didn't the Africans teach themselves the Bible? And from those videos, we have heard that Africans were already reading the Bible, learning the Bible. But why did they abandon what they already have to begin to adopt false interpretation, the same Bible? As I speak, some people may come to deceive you with what you already have, to give you falsehood. The same thing happened to Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. God already has given them the instruction not to avoid the forbidden fruit, telling them the consequences of rebelling against him. And after God left, with time, Satan came, the Satan came, possessing the body, coming in form of a python or any other snake, then deceiving them, telling them they can eat the forbidden fruit and go free. So Satan used what they already have. They already have the truth of the word of God. If you eat it, you have problem with me. Just keep my command. They already have the knowledge of the truth. They had the truth in their possession. But out of their low psyche, they were psychologically attacked and psychologically conquered. They submitted to the psyche and the duplicity of the devil, ended up in eating the forbidden fruit, and they began to witness the consequences as God had told them. Then what is it that God has already told us? What is it that we have known for real? Why should we wait for others to begin to come and teach us what we already know and begin to bring their own adulterated narrative, which contain their own selfish interests, like that of the Lucifer, like that of the serpent? It was all about projecting his interest. His interest is to bring Eve and Adam down, pulling them out from the glory of God. for all have sinned and come short of the glory of God. The glory of God we are fully manifesting in their life until they sin. And that is the case with every sinner. And that is the meaning of that statement, that all have sinned and come short of the glory of God. It means that if not sin, we should be excelling in the glory of God. But because we sin consistently, the glory is shortage in our life. It is no longer complete. So it is our duty to repent and prepare ourselves for the glory of God. Then coming to social affair, it is our duty to go back to the drawing board, then to recount on our mistakes, then correct ourselves, then we bounce back. We bounce back very quickly and very strongly. So I have debunked the contents of the statement, of that statement. 9. Biblical ancestry of the Africans. Biblical ancestries of the Africans. You trace it to the days of Jeremiah. You trace it to the days of Abraham. And Abraham had existed even before Jeremiah, and it was thousands upon thousands of years. And we, the Africans, we are biblical. We have biblical record. We have biblical record. And that is to tell you how much we are favored. But we do not realize, we do not value what we have. We do not value our opportunity, privileges in the Lord. One of the greatest problems of we the Africans is loss of sense of value and inferiority complex. We do not value what we have, and we feel inferior. We feel inferior to expressing ourselves and to developing ourselves. These are the part of the greatest problem we have. Psyche problems, inferiority complex, and not comprehending the value of what we have, even the natural resources we should use to rule the world. We do not even know the value. Those Europeans, those Americans, those Asians who know the value, they are coming into our land to taking them, to go and refine them, to come and sell the same thing very expensively to us. In the same vein, they kill us, harvesting our male organ, raping our women, abusing us anyhow they love. We only complain and shout. They hate us. They don't like us. They don't have to like us. They don't have to value us. We have to love ourselves, like ourselves, value ourselves, develop ourselves. Then when we do this, they will have no option than to bow. They will have no option than to like us by force. Nobody can like us until we like ourselves. We don't like ourselves. That is the fundamental problem of we the Africans. Africans hate themselves. 10. Biblical truth versus lies about the Bible. So the biblical truth versus lies about the Bible. Then they will tell you, some people will say okay. Now I jotted something, say the Bible not originally made for enslaving Africans. Philip was never a slave master to the Ethiopian eunuch, and this is exactly it is what I've just said. The Bible is not actually made to enslave Africans as many of us have planned. Rather, the colonizers hijacked the Bible, interpreting it their own way, not God's own way. As I always tell us, the Bible has three sources of interpretation: human interpretation for human interest, then satanic interpretation for satanic interest. This we can see in the colonization and in the version of Garden of Eden by Satan. Then God's interpretation for God's interest. Do not eat that forbidden fruit. If not, you will have problem with me and you will suffer for it. Then it depends on which of the interpretation, whose voice you obey, determines the affairs of your life. So we Africans, we forgot to obey the God's interpretation and God's rule concerning the Bible, began to obey the colonial interpretation and the rule of the Bible. Now we know the causes where we have erred. Can we actually change to do the needful? This is one of the reasons I do what I do, to bring the accurate and excellent knowledge to we the Africans. But how many people do actually listen to my programs? That is where the problem lies. At least numerous Africans should be coming to listen to my programs. And I teach all these things free of charge because of the love I have for Africans and because God has called me for this very great assignment. It cost me a lot to be doing what I am doing, and providing it free, absolutely free of charge. But how many people do make out their time to listen to it? So hating of education is one of the greatest problem of Africans. Africans do not want to learn. They want to always defeat knowledge with ignorance. The Bible not made to colonize Africans. Then the issue of the matter between Philip and the Ethiopian eunuch is a classical example. I read Acts chapter 8 from verse 25. And they, when they had testified and preached the word of the Lord, returned to Jerusalem and preached the gospel in many villages of the Samaritan. And the angel of the Lord spake unto Philip, saying, Arise and go towards the south unto the way that goeth down from Jerusalem to Gaza, which is desert. And he arose and went, and behold, a man of Ethiopia, an eunuch of great authority, under Candace, queen of the Ethiopians, who had the charge of all her treasure, and had come to Jerusalem for to worship, was returning and sitting in his chariot, read Isaiah the prophet. He read the book of Isaiah. Verse 29 now says, Then the Spirit said unto Philip, Go near and join thyself to this chariot. And Philip ran thither to him and heard him read the prophet Isaiah, and said, Understandest thou? I say, Understandest thou what thou readest? As is the question. Then it is from there Philip began to educate him, and he never colonized him. He never colonized him, rather he educated him by giving him the proper interpretation and conveying the will of God concerning what God has to say in those books and concerning humanity. Then to know more about this, go on YouTube, search out my video with the title Globalization of Christianity. Globalization of Christianity, and I believe that has part 1 to 3. Globalization of Christianity, how Christianity travel all over the world and the purpose they serve. So when you go there, you have in-depth understanding about Christianity and the Bible, not actually made for colonization, but what hijacked by the colonists, counterfeited it, then use it for their own personal gain and not for God's purpose. 11, Ethiopia, referring to the skin color of the Africans. Yes, that is what the Ethiopian is referring to. Then you see that also going back to Jeremiah 13 verse 23. Can the Ethiopian change his skin, or the leopard his spot? Then may ye also do good that are accustomed to do evil. Verse 12, the 12th point, the Western colonists began killing wise Ethiopians. These are the 8 minutes, of the video. Then the Ethiopians, the 11th one, 7th minute of the video. The 11th one, 7th minute of the video, which is Ethiopians referring to the skin color of the Africans. The 10th one, biblical truth versus lies about the Bible, 5th minute of the video. The 9th one, biblical ancestry of Africans, 4th minute. 8th, Bible used to enslave Africans, 3rd minute of the video. Then 7, Ethiopia, the origin of all Africans, 2nd minute of the video. The 12th one, the Western colonies began killing wise Ethiopians. Yes, it is called feudalism. It is called feudalism. Feudalism. I have made videos regarding feudalism. I have made video regarding feudalism. Feudalism is a part of a strategy and the most dangerous strategy of colonization. Even though the former colonization has seemed to be over. So, but due to the existence of feudalism, we have what is called neo-colonialism. The colonialism is still progressing, but without people understanding it, because people do no longer see the colonists very close to them, but there is an established system where your own king, your own leader, your own church, false church leaders, the rest of them political leaders, they are the colonists, colonizing you and being accountable to the foreign colonists, while the foreign colonists sit in their own homes, in their countries, controlling you with your own indigenous leaders who travel from our own home to them to give account on how things are going on. Then they exploit us. It is now our own leader to have managing the colonization in favor of the foreign colonists, and then to the detriment of we the indigenous people. Then it is called feudalism. And when it is done by force, telling you must obey them or you die, this is what it was happening, and it is still happening today. So when we see all this thing happening in Biafra land and the rest of the Africans, we should not be surprised. It is that feudalism, and the most dangerous people we have is the feudal stooges we have as leaders, because African leaders are all slaves to the colonial masters. And when the system of slavery leadership is not changed in Africa, it is too difficult for improvement. Then what are we doing to change the slavery leadership being imposed on us in Africa? That is the question we should ask ourselves. And no other people can change it apart from we, the indigenous people of Africa. Then I think that should be where I'm supposed to read the article I brought up before regarding feudalism. Then, okay, it is not too long, so let me try to read it. I want to read about feudalism, but I have my videos on feudalism which I've made from up to part 1 to 7. Now I want to read the content. Then record Genesis chapter 9 verse 27. It says, Shem's tents have names. Here are a few of them. Most prominent of all is sovereign nation state, a European innovation that replaced feudalism and established the rule of law. This then took years to erect, but a good benchmark date is 1648, when the Treaty of Westphalia ended Europe's 30 years war and created a state-centered international order which very slowly grew in power and popularity. The treaty was the death knell of feudalism. The treaty was the death knell, Knell, of feudalism. Feudalism is spelled Feudalism. Feudalism. I repeat, the treaty was the death king of feudalism, an economic system where the king owns all the land for a fee or fief. Fief is Fief. He parcels out the land to vassal, who in return own him a part of the land's wealth, as well as military muscle and loyalty if the king should be attacked. Exactly what is going on in our home country today, home countries. Then the vassal is spelled Vassal, with plural. Vassal means stooge leaders, stooge kings. The vassals could subdivide their fiefdoms, fiefdoms, giving land to lesser nobles, and those nobles to yet more inferior nobles, and so on. Feudalism is government by loyalty oath. Europe's development of a nation-state system contrasts sharply with Asia's. The great potential of Japheth remained untapped by her leaders for centuries because they refused to set feudalism aside. Consider that as early as the 13th century, the Mongol Genghis, Mongol, M-O-N-G-O-L, Genghis, the Mongol Genghis Khan, Khan, could project enough power to threaten Eastern Europe. Even then, Japheth had a great population than Europe and a great economic potential by virtue of her large market. Asia furthermore enjoyed technological superiority over Europe, having pioneered the development of clock, the printing press, gunpowder, and iron. However, because of Asia's refusal to set aside her feudal system, her manpower and technology advantages were never able to serve her internationally. It was not until 1984, centuries after Europe put aside feudalism, that China followed suit. That happened when Mao Zedong consolidated his control over a number of Chinese warlords and proclaimed himself chairman of what later became the People's Republic of China. As we will see, in 1948, China stepped into one of Shem's tents, Marxism. Japan likewise did not abandon her feudalism until the mid-14th century, after American Commodore Matthew Perry steamed into Tokyo Bay, demonstrating to the Japanese leadership the extent to which she had fallen behind the rest of the world during 3 centuries of strict isolationist policy. Japan as well subsequently set about to step into Shem's tent. A second tent of Shem is the institution of private property, which the nation-state established gradually and with varied sources. While some people in antiquity enjoyed private property, notably those in ancient Israel, such rights were virtually non-existent under feudalism. The right of common individuals to own property spurs entrepreneurial activities by permitting people to keep the fruit of their labor. Spurs, spelled as S-P-U-R-S. It also encourages the clearing of land which otherwise will remain unused. An important spin-off of private property is the creation of a universally valued asset that serves as collateral for loans. Private property provided the grub stake upon which modern credit banking is based. 3. Democracy, a system of government accountable to the people, is another tent of Shem. It received its European start in the parliament that developed in the 10th century to advise kings, and it took a major, if somewhat abortive steps forward in the signing of the Magna Carta in 1215, which limited the powers of the king. European states developed the notion that the sovereign, whether a monarch or a parliament, had a duty to protect subjects and property in return for taxes and services in the army. Rulers in the King Mughal, Qing, Mughal, Mughal, and Ottoman, Ottoman empires, in contrast, never recognized a comparable responsibility to their subjects. The separation of church and state is yet another of Scheme 10. The same treaty that established an incipient nation-state system in Europe, incipient spelled as INCIPIENT, incipient nation-state in Europe, incipient nation-state system in Europe, the Peace of Westphalia, 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 also promoted the idea that man's government worked best for civil and sacred power structure remain separate. The Catholic Church hegemony eclipsed soon thereafter. 5. Capitalism is yet another tent of shame. It arose in the power vacuum that resulted from the eclipse of the Catholic Church. The creative destruction characterizing capitalism could never operate until organized religion lost its power to execute as heretic those entrepreneurs who would upset the status quo. Max Weber, focusing less on Catholicism, traced capitalism's rise to the Protestant work ethic that was an unintended consequences of the Reformed theology peddled by John Calvin, 1509 to 1564. More realistically, we can trace the root of capitalism back to a nexus of a weakened church hierarchy. Nexus, Nexus, of a weakened church hierarchy. The cool climate of Northern Europe, the rise of technology, and the opportunity of millions to immigrate to the new world in search of a better life. All these factors and others combine to facilitate capital market and mercantilism. Capital market and mercantilism, MERCANTILISM. Much later in history, new mercantilists, export promotion regimes were adopted by Japan, South Korea, Singapore, and Taiwan. Almost all the East Asia success stories, China included, are modern version of the export-oriented from a mercantilism. Another economist claims that the economic success of China is a result of European economics, commercial law, science, and technology. These Western institutions, interplaying with certain Asian values, brought about successful development. 6. Finally, some of Shem's tents are also undesirable. Finally, some of the Shem's tents are undesirable as to be downright disgusting, downright DOWNRIGHT, downright disgusting. Of such are Marxist communism, fascism, and Nazism. For all their differences, each of these three totalitarian systems deny democracy and the rule of law. They all, though fascism to a lesser extent, get their intellectual underpinnings from Karl Marx. They get their intellectual underpinnings from Karl Marx. It is interesting to note that China, when she finally cast aside feudalism in the late 1940s, adopted communism as a culturally acceptable substitute to authoritarianism. She is only slowly and fitfully moving from this tent of shame into somewhere more respectable digs. Then record Genesis 49 from verse 21 to verse 26. Before God instituted this great tribulation in Egypt, this is a statement following where I have quoted. Before God instituted this great tribulation in Egypt, the people were a relatively free people living where they wished and enjoyed the private ownership of land. They also owned the means of production, in this case, the livestock. Egypt was not, at this time, a socialist state. Yet, as a result of this great distress that they were suffering, the money supply dried up, and the people became serfs, SERFS. They became slaves to the government. They were relocated at the will of the government that owned the land. They are basically capitalistic system, capitalistic because capitalism is connected with the ownership of land, gave away to a far more limiting and inefficient means of allocating goods and services called feudalism. The people became serfs, sharecroppers, CROPPERS. All of this in 7 years. What happened in Egypt can only be described as a time of social and economic revolution. It was indeed a great tribulation. It was indeed a great tribulation, written by Charles Whittaker, 1944 to 1921. Then if you want to furthermore, you type on Google the order of great tribulation, the order, OTHER, the order of great tribulation. I have made a video. But that is about the great tribulation, about tribulation. The video I titled Pre-Rapture Tribulation. Some people understand it very greatly. Some did not understand it due to the Bible making mention of the great tribulation and a time for it, which will commence after the rapture. But there is the existence of pre-rapture tribulation, the tribulation that takes place before the rapture. And this is what we are experiencing stage by stage. But people never understand it. The word tribulation terrified many people. The word tribulation is about suffering, difficulties. Then there is the minor tribulation, there is the greater tribulation. But the great tribulation, as recorded in the Bible, it should be the highest, the peak, the highest aspect of the tribulation. But Jesus made mention of tribulation prior to the rapture, which is not the great tribulation, but the minor tribulation. And that is the reason I call it pre-rapture tribulation. And from the article I have read, we have had mention referring the experience of the Israelis and the Egyptians, the people who lived in Egypt in those days, referring it as a great tribulation, and this is as a product of famine that struck Egypt, the famine that Joseph interpreted about from the dream God had given to Pharaoh. So it was about this suffering upon there was no religious persecution in it. It is still being attributed to a great tribulation. So tribulation happened in different ways. So, but the one of the Bible, the aftermath of the rapture will be the greatest aspect of the tribulation in the humanity will ever exist, and that will be experienced worldwide. It won't be just for a particular region of the world where humans occupy. Now I go back to the points of narratives. Now 13, the Queen of Sheba was an Ethiopian. The Queen of Sheba was an Ethiopian. That is to maintain some Bible fact that Ethiopia was not actually colonized. And as at then, Ethiopians have begun in little stages and African to develop themselves. But why didn't we continue in this self-development? This is a question we must ask ourselves, and this is an indication of failure and backwardness. But we can bounce back. What are we doing for it? If we do the needful, we must bounce back. Then confirming it, the book of 1 Kings chapter 10 verse 1 to 12, the Queen of Sheba was an Ethiopian. The Queen of Sheba, the queen that visited Solomon to go and witness the exceptional wisdom God had blessed him with. 1 Kings chapter 10 verse 1 to 12. And when the Queen of Sheba heard of the fame of Solomon concerning the name of the Lord, she came to prove him with hard questions. And she came to Jerusalem with a very great train, with camels that bear spices, and very much gold, and the precious stone. And when she was come to Solomon, she communed with him of all that was in her heart. And Solomon told her all her questions. There was not anything hid from the king which he told her not. And when the Queen of Sheba had seen all Solomon's wisdom, and the house that he had built, and the meat of his table, and she sitting, and the sitting of his servant, and the attendance of his ministers, and their apparel, and his cupbearers, and his ascent by which he went up to the house of the Lord. there was no more spirit in her. And she said to the king, it was a true report that I had in my own land of thy act and of thy wisdom. Howbeit, I believed not the word until I came, and my eye have seen it, and behold, the half was not told me. Thy wisdom and prosperity exceed the fame which I had. Happy are thy men, happy are thy servants, which stand continually before thee, and that bear thy wisdom. Blessed be the Lord thy God, which delights in thee, to set thee on the throne of Israel, because the Lord loved Israel forever. Therefore, therefore made he therefore made he thee king to do judgment and justice. And she gave the king 120 talents of gold and spices, very great store and precious stone. There came no more such abundance of spices as these which the queen of Sheba gave to Solomon. And the navy also of Hiram that brought gold from Ophir, Ophir, brought in from Ophir great plenty of almug trees, almug, Almug, and precious stones. Verse 12. And the king made of the almug trees pillar for the house of the Lord and for the king's house. Harps also and psaltery for singers. There came no such almug trees, nor were seen unto this day. 14. Ethiopia controlled trade between the Asian and African countries. Ethiopia controls trade between the Asian and African countries. That is to tell you that Ethiopia had been a world class, a world prominent, and a world dominant happening place once upon a time. The same way it was Egypt, the same way it is today America and Europe. So Ethiopia is as an individual country was like that. Then the progress should be extending the whole African countries, the whole African region to be like Ethiopia or even becoming greater than Ethiopia. Then, so this thing actually happened. And I want to have a biblical confirm about it. Then if you trace on your own via Google and the YouTube, you get more information on this. Then reading Isaiah, and we have the young man making mention of Isaiah referring to Ethiopia and secular events. Reading from Isaiah chapter 45 verse 14. Thus says the Lord, the labor of Egypt and the merchandise of Ethiopia and of the Sabians, men of stature, shall come over unto thee, and they shall be thine. They shall come after thee in chains, they shall come over, and they shall fall down unto thee. They shall make supplication unto thee, saying, surely God is in thee, and there is none else. There is no God. There is no other God. So we see it with biblical facts, and this biblical fact had lasted for thousands of years. It is not just something of today. It is not just a false story. It really happened. So when you become a staunch student of the Bible, there are many things you will know in life. You will know many things in life that you shouldn't have known from academic education. Academic education is political. It is from there they create colonial education. But when you understand the Bible for real, you study it for real to understand it for real, then you have knowledge with assurance regarding whatever you know, discover from the Bible. You see the reflection in the secular happenings. 15. Christianity in Africa started in Aksum. Then in the process of playing the video, now Aksum here is spelled A-K-S-U-M. Then in the process of the video, it can also be spelled as A-X-S-U-M. Here it is spelled A-K-S-U-M, Aksum. And it is on the 12th minute. Then I think I have to play a video here. A history of Christianity in Africa. Source, history via. Source, history via. A history of Christianity in Africa. Source, history via. Then let me see if I can get that particular video from YouTube. What's the title? According to me, A History of Christianity in Africa. Yes, I've gotten it.
Si fueras un animal, ¿cuál serías? Cerveza del águila, saborea tu libertad.
Since antiquity, Africa had been a continent largely involved in indigenous religious practices. But with the advent of Christianity, the continent experienced a rapid invasion of the religion over centuries and has currently become the continent with the largest Christian population in the world. Termed in Christian theology as the Great Commission, the historic order written in the Bible and given by Jesus Christ served as the momentum for the widespread adoption of the religion across the globe, and Africa was not left out. The religion, which was said to have started in ancient Palestine with just over 100 disciples after the death and resurrection of Jesus Christ, has now grown to a population of almost 3 billion people worldwide. The earliest account of Christianity in Africa is found in one of the books of the Holy Bible. The story revolves around a prominent Ethiopian eunuch on a journey who encounters one of the disciples of Jesus Christ. The disciple, Philip, preaches to and converts the eunuch and baptizes him in the river Jordan. Although there were no confirmed reports that this eunuch became an evangelist, many believe he took the religion to Africa and sowed the first seed of Christianity. However, the spread of Christianity in Africa is mostly attributed to Mark the Evangelist, who is reported to have brought the religion to Alexandria, Egypt. It would be surprising to note that the northern region of Africa, which is now predominantly Muslim, was the first port of call for the introduction of Christianity to the continent. It was in Alexandria, a city in Egypt, that the first seeds were sown. Alexandria became a major point in the development of Christianity in Africa, with Mark leading the movement as a bishop. In Alexandria, systems and structures were put in place to foster the growth of the Christian community there. Notable schools were also established in the city, such as the Catechetical School of Alexandria, which was founded in the latter part of the 2nd century by Clement of Alexandria. This school became a center for intense literary study and interpretation of the Bible. Alexandria also produced many notable scholars, such as Titus Flavius Clement, popularly known as Clement of Alexandria, and Tertullian, who was known as the father of Western theology. From Alexandria, Christianity spread to Carthage, a town in Tunisia, also within the confines of North Africa. The Church of Alexandria waxed strong only for a short while before differing theological opinions arose. This led to its division into the Coptic Orthodox Church of Alexandria and the Greek Orthodox Church of Alexandria. At the time of the growing Christian community in Africa, North Africa was largely under Roman rule. This influenced the language that was used to spread Christianity in the region, which was Latin. The first African pope, Victor I, presided over the Roman Catholic Church from 189 to 198 AD. Victor I was the pope who established Easter to be on a Sunday and made Latin the official language of the church. Colonization played a major role in the spread of Christianity in Africa. As European countries began to take charge of different African regions, they also began to influence the locals in the religious aspect too. Their resistance to the colonial masters did not deter them, but paved the way for more forceful tactics, which would ensure that the religion spread. Communities and their leaders were persuaded and converted by the Christian missionaries. The Portuguese tried to introduce Catholicism to sub-Saharan Africa in the 15th century, but it wasn't well received. The Congo Kingdom, now in modern-day Congo, was a pivotal area that enhanced the massive growth of Catholic Christianity in the 18th century, which was also not long-lived. The 18th century also saw Africa witness a major inflow of Christian missionaries from the Western world, who started evangelical work that actually yielded results. When the West Africa trade routes began to get established in the 15th and 16th centuries, it also brought about not just goods, but also religious influence. Traders from Europe who interacted with the indigenes also introduced Christianity to them. Although this influence was mainly exerted on the shorelines, the colonial expedition of the European countries would see that the religion spread to other interior parts of the continent. Aside from the commercial relationships that brought colonization to Africa, missionaries have been termed agents of colonization as well. Christianity came with not just the good, but the bad and the ugly. Although it brought about civilization, education, and lifestyle upgrades, it also introduced the menace of the slave trade. The colonization of Africa served as an avenue for the Europeans to loot the continent's resources without hesitation. The development and civilization that Christianity brought was tainted with the agenda of repressing many African cultures and indigenous practices, which the indigenes tried to resist. These were the many battles that the pioneers of the religion had to fight in Africa before Christianity would be established. For over 2 centuries, The African church fought against the evils of the slave trade, racism, and colonial imbalances. But with time, indigents began to take leadership positions from the Westerners, thereby growing the church immensely. During this time, Samuel Ajayi Crowther became the first African bishop of the Anglican Church. This led to the call for reforms and localization of church systems and culturalization, which led to the birth of the African independent churches. African independent churches were formed when the indigenes could no longer deal with the imposing doctrines preached by the foreign missionaries. African leaders in these churches decided to break out and form theirs. So many reasons spurred these movements, such as political agenda, cultural challenges, and so on. These churches were headed by the indigenes themselves and are said to have introduced a fusion of Christianity with indigenous traditional practices. African independent churches, which emerged in the 19th century, helped to put the religion in proper context for the Africans, as they could not initially relate to European missionaries imposing beliefs and doctrines. Christianity was considered a white man's religion. Jesus Christ was portrayed as the white savior, and the Bible was seen as the white man's Bible. Schools that were built and managed by the missionaries taught about Western culture and language, so much so that it influenced dressing patterns in churches and workplaces up to this day. The African independent churches also arose to fight against the suppression of cultural beliefs and practices. In recent years, these churches have expanded immensely, leading to the rise of both Pentecostal and Orthodox churches in the continent, with Southern and Western Africa at the forefront. Christians face persecution even at the infancy stage of Christianity in Africa. Because of diverse scriptural interpretations, many believed that religion was a means of rebelling against their masters. During the 3rd century, the Roman Empire was the ruling power over many regions, including ancient Egypt. The Roman leaders saw Christianity as a hindrance to their hold on the people. This supposed threat led to many persecutions within the church. As such, it was not practiced publicly for a long time. Nevertheless, it kept growing rapidly underground. In the 4th century, it eventually became public with the officialization of Christianity as a religion by King Ezana of Aksum, a land known to have existed in ancient Ethiopia and Eritrea. This helped Christianity spread even further and gave birth to the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church. The Tewahedo Church currently has about 40 to 50 million members. In East Africa, Kenya to be precise, the British colonial masters also tried to clamp down on the churches headed by indigenes. This was due to the Mau Mau uprising in the 1950s, where patriots tried to rebel against the colonial impositions of the British. The Kenyan Orthodox Church suffered great persecution as leaders and members were imprisoned with the churches and schools shut down. Droves of missionaries were sent to Africa in a bid to Christianize the continent. These missionaries had a tremendous impact, but the people who did the major work were African slaves who had been sold and moved to the European world. Many of these slaves fought in the American Revolutionary War and returned to their continent as missionaries. Perhaps the similarities between them and their intended converts helped bridge the gap and made it easy for them to evangelize to native Africans. The Black missionaries helped to translate the Bible into languages the people could understand. They shared a common ground of having experienced domination by the whites, and this helped the reception of the religion. The Catholic Church was also not left out of this religious invasion, as they sent out their missionaries to the continent in large numbers in the 19th century. These missionaries brought development and civilization to the continent with the introduction of schools, hospitals, social amenities, and so on. Nigeria has the largest Christian population in Africa, about 87 million people. Although North Africa was the forerunner of Christianity, it is now a predominantly Muslim religion due to the wave of Islam that swept through the area in the 7th century, which started with the Muslim conquest of Egypt in 639. Nevertheless, by the end of the Islamic wave, a large number of the Christian population had diminished, leaving only a few churches standing, including the Eastern Orthodox Church of Alexandria, the Coptic Orthodox Church of Alexandria, both in Egypt, and the Orthodox Tewahedo Church in Ethiopia and Eritrea. Christianity has grown in other parts of Africa with a percentage of about 40% of the continent's population. Aside from the efforts of the Western evangelical missionaries who pursued the institution of the religion in Africa, many African evangelical efforts also led to the domination of Christianity in many parts of the continent. Countries such as Nigeria, South Africa, Kenya, and Uganda have also advanced this movement by establishing churches with mammoth crowds. Africa is now the continent with the largest Christian population in the world, with a number totaling about 631 million worshippers, and is projected to increase in the coming years. We always have more stories like this to talk about, so don't hesitate to like and share this video with your friends. You can subscribe to our channel and turn on the notification bell to receive the latest videos as they drop. Also, if you would like to know more about what Africans were doing during the life of Jesus Christ, do check out our next video.
So we have listened to that particular video and we have seen the content. Primarily, the Catholic Church did not welcome the Christocentricity, which is the real Christianity. And the Europeans who welcomed it and the Americans were more especially colonizers who adulterated it, bringing the Christianity, then attaching their selfish interest, giving it the different interpretation. So do you see where the problem comes? It is not actually the Christianity, but the colonizers handling the Christianity. Then they turn it to colonial Christianity. And that is not what God had created it to be. It is not what Jesus Christ had created it to be. It is not the same Christianity that the apostles preached and practiced. And those who practiced it for real were persecuted and killed. That had been the experience from time immemorial. Jesus Christ and the rest of the apostles who practiced the real Christianity, they were all massacred. They died as Christian martyrs. And we also see the emergence of Islam from the Arab countries into Africa. We see the Catholic Church imposing their Catholicism, and due to they were the occupants, the occupiers, the invaders of the North America. Then they try to impose the interpretation of Christianity and of the Bible and of the translation of the Bible into Latin. into their own language, imposition of language. And the same thing was what many missionaries did as well. But that it is because those missionaries are like today occultists who are church founders who are regarded as the mega pastors, general overseers, who are occultists, who are part and parcel of the new colonialism. They are members of the politicians who are being sponsored by the same politicians, disguising themselves to be Christian pastors and only deluding the people and subjecting the people to the politicians and to the globalists. But the real Christians, like myself and the host of others who speak the truth, are not regarded. Until people begin to regard the truth I am speaking from this channel, there will be no progress because they will continue to take advantage of the ignorance of the people. But if you are talking about eradicating Christianity completely, it can never happen because it is God's own property and nobody can actually destroy and end it completely. But the wisdom there is for people to learn the real Christianity and practice the real Christianity. Then regarding the cultural alteration, there are diabolical cultures that should be abolished completely, not just because of Christianity, but there are genuine African cultures and the human cultures all over the world that should be retained. Moreover, Christianity is God's own culture, and this is a moral culture, how God wants us to live. And God requires that from all humanity. But all those destructive cultures, there are positive and there are negative cultures. The negative culture should be eradicated completely, while the positive culture should be developed more and more. And there should be new introduction of cultures, traditions, and custom. They should be on the path or on the lane of positivity, not the other way around. That is how it should go. God always wants the best for us and always provides the best for us. But we humans, we are weak to rejecting the best, to accepting the good and the bad and the worst. 16. Ethiopians translated the Bible in African languages. Yes, that is what we should do, translating the Bible in African languages. And also the Bible was translated in Igbo and Yoruba, in many other languages. That is the way it should be. It shouldn't be with foreign languages. That is the proper thing. So anybody talking about translating in foreign language to be read in Africa, the person is a colonizer, or he is a colonizer either as a slave master or as a vassal, or as a stooge. The Bible should be translated in our own language. When the Bible was originally brought in Hebrew language to Britain, King James of Scotland demanded that the Bible should be translated to their own language, and that is the beginning of that triggered the beginning of the King James version of the Bible in the year 1611. So, and it was translated in their own local English language, not even in international English language, but in his own Anglophone. So the King James version is Anglophonic. It is traditional. It is a traditional English language. It is not the global perfect English language, but it is more regional. Scottish English traditional language, Anglophonic English language. So the same thing should be done to all people of all regions. So when any language is imposed on any people concerning translation of the Bible, or for any reason, it is if the imposed language becomes a tool of colonialism. I'm on 16. Ethiopians translated the Bible in African languages, and that is 13th minute. That's the right thing all Africans should do, because God did not assign the Romans to colonize Africa with the Bible in Latin language. That is what I just jotted. 17, hypocrisy of the League of Nations. UN was made mention of, and this is what is still playing out. It is not about justice in the UN or in the League of Unions. It is about interest. It is not about justice. It is about interest. And when their interests are not provided, they will not do the needful. So the League of the Nation is all about to give people false hope that they really want to be settling the issues, the conflicts between humanity. No, that is what we are told, but it is not what it really is. What it really is it is a league of nation for pursuing selfish interest, for domination, and for continuity of the colonization. What they prioritize their interest, but they prioritize their interest to the justice and the well-being of the people. That is the truth. So it is a deception. So that's what we must know, and we begin to scheme on how we should counter it for our own liberation in all ramification. Hypocrisy of the League of Nations. It is called global conspiracy. Global conspiracy, globalization. 18. Ethiopia was an excelling country in the world. 14th minute. Yes, Ethiopia was an excelling. It was operating in the level of excellence in the world stage. Ethiopia. It really happened. Then I want to read again. The same Isaiah chapter 45 verse 14, where I have read before. Thus says the Lord, the labor and wealth of Egypt and the merchandise of Ethiopia and the Syrians, men of stature shall come over to you, and they shall be yours. They shall follow you in chains of subjection to you. They shall come over, and they shall fall down before you. They shall make supplication to you, saying, surely God is with you, and there is no other, no God beside him. I read from Amplified. 19. All of the reading had been in King James, but now this 18th one is amplified. The 19th one is also amplified. 19. Some Ethiopians were educated prior to the arrival of the Western colonizers. 18th minute. That is true. They were already educated, and we'll see the evidence. So it is our own mistake. It's the mistake of our forefathers who were already educated to lose their own education and adopt to new education to cancel their own. That is the beginning of the colonial education. We should have retained our own, then we scrutinize their own education to know whether we will accept it or not, whether it will be beneficial to us or detrimental to us. That is the proper thing to do. Now, our forefathers have failed in that. What are we doing now? How are we prepared? How are we sure that our forefathers will not be even better than us? How are we sure of that? Which area are we prepared for the ongoing, for the progressive new colonialism? Are we prepared academically? Are we prepared theologically? Are we prepared psychologically? Are we prepared by industrialization? Are we prepared in godliness? Which way are we prepared? So that's the question all of us must answer. And we have the responsibility to prepare, or we keep on lamenting and perishing. Philippians, no, Acts. Okay, so I just on the Philip and the Ethiopia Enoch examples. They were already educated. These two people were already educated. I'm going to read verse 30 to 35 of Acts chapter 8 and the form amplified. Accordingly, Philip, running unto him, heard the man reading the prophet Isaiah and asked, do you really understand what you are reading? And he said, how is it possible for me to do so unless someone explains it to me and guides me in the right way? And he earnestly requested Philip to come up and sit beside him. Now, this was the passage of scripture which he was reading. Like a sheep, he was led to the slaughter, and as a lamb before its shearer is dumb, so he opened not his mouth. In his humiliation, he was taken away by distressing and oppressive judgment, and justice was denied him, caused to cease. Who can describe or relate in full the wickedness of his contemporary generation? For his life is taken from the earth, and a bloody death inflicted upon him. And the eunuch said to Philip, I beg of you, tell me about who does the prophecy say this about himself or about someone else? Then Philip opened his mouth, and beginning with this portion of scripture, he announced to him the glad tidings gospel of Jesus about him. So they were actually educated, they could read, they could write, and they were productive. So we can no longer, if we are to be free, we should no longer continue to fall to the pranks, to the psychological pranks of the colonizers. The foundation of all colonialism is psychological colonization. Mental colonization is the foundation of every colonization. So as long as we continue to fall to psychological colonization, then we can never be free. So that is the reason I am doing what I am doing. And I thank God many people are waking up to be doing the same thing in different ways. So Africans, now we have the responsibility. There are three people that determine people's failure or success in life. The first person is God. The second person is the mentor. The third person is the protege. So it is God or Satan. It is the mentor and the protege. So which mentor do we listen to? God? Do we focus on God? Then do we have godly mentors, those who teach us the right thing academically, theologically, and otherwise? Then do we adopt? One thing is to teach, another thing is to learn. There are people who do not want to learn even when they are taught, and there are people who are willing to learn but they are given the wrong education, while there are people who wish to learn but they lack access to the good education. There are also people who are offered the good education even at affordable prices, yet they refuse to learn, and some are lazy to learn, while some are hungry to learn. But the minute are the people who are really willing to learn the truth and the realities of life, which I teach in these two platforms of mine, and I will continue to educate people upon. So it is yourself, God, and your mentor. So on the Satan, these are the four people. Satanic mentors like the colonists and the Satan himself, godly mentors like myself and God himself, and you, depending on your choice, your decision, and the kind of education you receive, and your commitment to learning, teachability, humility, the ability, the learning attitude. 20, Bible doctrine versus colonial dogma. These are the content. Bible doctrines, what the Bible teaches outrightly, which is conflicting to the lies of colonialism being taught to humanity about the Bible. Falsifying the interpretation of the Bible, delusive teaching about the Bible versus the real teachings, the real conveyance, the mind of God, the will of God, the purpose of God from the Bible. Then I want to read what happened, that is biblical doctrine versus colonial dogma. I want to read first of all, the serpent colonized Adam and Eve. That is what I just jotted. Then I want to read Amplified, Genesis chapter 2, 15 to 17. And the Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to tend and guard and keep it. And the Lord God commanded the man, saying, You may freely eat of every tree of the garden, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and blessing and calamity you shall not eat. For in the day that you eat of it, you shall surely die. So God warned them strictly, and God educated them concerning this in a brief moment. Remember, God gave them everything free of charge, but he never gave them the forbidden fruit. Then chapter 3, verse 4 to 7. But the serpent said to the woman, You shall not surely die, for God knows that in the day you eat of it, your eyes will be open, and you will be like God, knowing the difference between good and evil, and blessing and calamity. And when the woman saw that the tree was good, suitable, pleasant for food, and that it was delightful to look at, and a tree to be desired in order to make one wise, she took of its fruit and ate. And she gave some also to her husband, and he ate. Then the eyes of them both were opened, and they knew that they were naked. And they sewed fig leaves together and made themselves apron-like girdles. They never realized they were naked until they ate that fruit. What really happened? God taught them the Bible doctrine versus colonial doctrine. Bible doctrine, colonial doctrine, satanic doctrine. The serpent doctrine here is the colonial doctrine. That is, it began on earth here from the Garden of Eden, and it is still in existence until today. The colonial doctrine regarding the Bible. Then the Bible doctrine is the truth of the word of God. God told them that is God's doctrine, what God says and what God demands and what God has guided us upon. That is where we should establish our conviction and our faith, and we must be consistent with it. We shouldn't allow anybody to distract us, to tell us otherwise, to divert us. Hence our attention, our concept, our conviction, our faith is diverted. Everything about our life is diverted automatically. So this is the prank the devil played upon Adam and Eve. And we see the beginning of the nemesis. They realized they were naked, which they never realized. They began to run around to cover their nakedness, and in a mediocritic way. This is the beginning of humanity living in mediocrity, and they losing the excellent level of life which God had planned for us. And whosoever tricked us, both the colonists and any other person or any other people, they are not justifiable reason for us to do. Rather, we will continue suffering for it. Oh man, you are inexcusable. It is our responsibility to know the truth of life, to know the truth of God's word, to live by it, and never allow ourselves to be distracted by anybody. That is the truth of the whole matter. So I have given you the truth. I have given you the fundamental factor to liberating ourselves in all ramifications, socially, politically, colonially, otherwise, even theologically. So it is now left for humanity from all over the world, and to be precise, we Africans to be doing the needful by grabbing as much as we can from these vital informations, and to be educating ourselves, our children, and our succeeding generation, to be preparing them ahead of what is to come, and for us to also conquer the situation we are into right away. 21. The Zimbabweans are Ethiopia offspring of the Hebrew Jews. 19th minute. The Zimbabwe, the country called Zimbabwe, the occupant, the indigenous people of Zimbabwe, they are Ethiopian offspring of the Hebrew Jews. Yes, that is true. Then I recommend to you my video part 1 and 2, titled Who Are the Hebrews? Who are the Hebrews, part 1 and 2, from points of reality. Then When you go there, you listen. It is all about education. What I'm doing here is formation of education. You go there, you get the vital information from biblical fact. And I made the second part with video conveying what has also been highlighted upon where I am doing. So I can teach on that in detail, but if it interests you and if you know the value, the importance, go to my video, Who Are the Hebrews? Part 1 and 2. It is available in Evangelist Inyuma Kalu YouTube. It is not available on Facebook at the moment. Okay, it may be, I can't remember. But certainly it is available on Evangelist Inyuma Kalu YouTube. Who Are the Hebrews? Part 1 and Part 2. It is also available in Inyuma Biafra TV, Treasury of Excellent Knowledge. Who Are the Hebrews? Part 1 and Part 2. Then you have the in-depth explanation regarding that, and you come to know that the Hebrews are the Israelis, the part of the Jews. The Jews is the word used for now, the current word used. Then the Hebrews is the ancient name. Then how we are scattered all over Africa and the other parts of the world. Regarding anybody that has this dark skin, is barely 80% a Hebrew, including Hagar and Abraham and Sarah. They were all people of the same Hebrew. Then 22, which is the last one according to these points of narratives. The book of Isaiah talks about Ethiopia and the secular events in the world. Yes. Most especially, when you have your own time, go and read the book of Isaiah. Focus more on between chapter 18 to chapter 22. Then that is where it is more precise about the book of Isaiah, talking about Ethiopia and other secular events. Now, I want to go back to playing 2 other videos, of which after the program will come to an end. So how far we have learned, what are we doing? What are we doing concerning emancipating ourselves? Then I want to play some other videos, and this video should be about why Europe is rushing into Africa again. They have played us the first time, they have played us the second time, they have played us over 400 years, and they are still playing us. And now they are rushing back to Africa. I have made previous video explaining this. They are planning to come and take over Africa completely, to occupy it themselves. This time, it should no longer be our African leaders selling us out and accounting for them. It should be them coming to take over. And this taking over may even warrant they will no longer even want us in our own land. It may even demand that they will begin to kill us little by little, strategy by strategy. Then how are we prepared for this? But in the normal sense, I am not trying to be racist. I'm not trying to be racial, and I'm not trying to be political, or to be nepotistic or hypocritic. In this world, we need each other. We, the Africans, we need the Westerners, and they need us. But what I am talking about is, why can't we need each other and relate with each other legitimately? Why must it be by manipulation? That is what I am against, because I am a Christian man, by the grace of God, a genuine Christian and an evangelist for that matter. So according to Christianity and according to God, injustice is evil, manipulation is evil. God has created this world for we humans to be relating among ourselves legitimately, not illegitimately, not by manipulation, but with sincerity, honesty, and love. It is not based on selfishness and greediness. Selfishness, greediness, pride and arrogance, covetousness. These are the things that compel humanity to be invading others.
€1.6 billion to be invested in the country's green and digital transition. This plan was announced at an official visit by the President of the EU. The future of the EU is uncertain for reasons that are both obvious and unknown. The reasons you might be thinking of, like the migrant crisis, sharp divisions over Russian oil embargo, and of course, at an official visit, this is the country.
That's the video I'm going to play now. Why Europe is rushing into Africa again. And the source of the video is OBF. Then let us watch the content first. Then I will play the second video. Thereafter, the program will come to an end.
This is the country of Morocco. Here, the EU is planning to commit €1.6 billion to be invested in the country's green and digital transition. This plan was announced at an official visit by the President of the European Commission in Morocco's capital. And this seems like a rather odd move for the EU. I mean, to begin with, we're not really used to seeing the EU investing in infrastructure outside of its own borders. And on top of that, why would the EU's highest-ranking official arrange a state visit for a seemingly mediocre amount of money, at least by EU funding standards? Well, at first this didn't make any sense to me, but knowing what I know now, it's a carefully calculated play by the EU. You see, this sum of money is only the beginning of the EU's massive new plan that will very likely disrupt the balance of power not only in Morocco, but in the whole of Africa. Because in the coming 5 years, as part of a worldwide €300 billion plan dubbed Global Gateway, the EU is planning to commit up to €150 billion of that $300 billion to financially support green energy and digital infrastructure projects in the African countries, and in this way enter the game for global geopolitical influence. Now, the obvious question is why? Why would the EU be willing to commit such a massive amount of funds outside of its borders, especially in a time of such a political and economic turmoil on the continent? Well, the main answer is China. You see, since 2013, China, as part of the Belt and Road Initiative, its strategic master plan to gain economic influence around the globe, has been heavily investing in developing infrastructure in Africa. And along with these investments, China has gained massive influence in the countries of this vast continent. And if you look at this 2019 map that shows the inflow of Chinese investment in the African countries, you can see the true scale of this. Scattered around the entire continent, these investments are not only plentiful, but many of them are also massive in their scale and importance. For example, you have the railway line from Mombasa to Nairobi and the Addis Ababa-Djibouti rail line. Two arguably flagship projects of the Chinese, connecting two of the most important ports of Africa, Mombasa and Djibouti, with two of the biggest financial centers of the continent, Nairobi and Addis Ababa. This map showing the trade of the African countries with China comes to complete the picture. And as you can see, the Chinese presence on the continent is almost universal. It's for good reason too, as China knows that whoever has influence in Africa will gain a considerable advantage in the coming battle for global geopolitical influence. This is because Africa, with its 54 countries, is a huge and incredibly diverse continent, abundant with resources, and in the coming years, its economic importance is only set to grow. I mean, look at this map. These 6 African countries have been booming economically. Having been dubbed the lion economies, they have a collective GDP of roughly $1 trillion, and most of them have seen very high growth rates since 2010. For instance, Ethiopia, with consistent growth rates between 7 to 10% in the past decade, was one of the world's fastest growing economies, and the other lion economies closed a lot of years with over 5% growth, more than double the growth rate of the euro area.
in the previous decade that rarely went over 2%. Add to this some incredible demographics, as by 2025, Africa will feature more than 100 cities with over 1 million people, and by 2030, 42% of all young people in the world will live in Africa, not to mention a rapidly growing middle class. So what you end up with is a vast area with huge economic potential for new markets to develop, something China obviously wants a piece of. And it's not only the economic considerations that make the African countries so attractive in this battle for influence. It's also the geostrategic aspects of it. You see, ports like Djibouti at the Gulf of Aden are of high geopolitical importance due to them being entry points to valuable trade corridors. So, considering the growing economic and geopolitical importance of the African countries, the EU's plan to invest here starts making much more sense. Not to mention its growing worries about the Chinese presence in so many countries right at its doorstep. But this is not the first time the EU is collectively channeling money to Africa. Although back then the EU was focusing its funds on some rather controversial attempts to curb the migrant crisis. But clearly this time things are different, as the EU isn't just responding to a crisis, rather it's trying to actively engage in the world stage. And it seeks to start establishing itself as a major geopolitical player. To do this, the EU has put together this document from March 2020. In this document, the foundations for the EU strategy in Africa and a framework for future engagement are laid out. The first two stated goals are a partnership for a green transition and a partnership for digital transformation. What the EU is trying to do here is to combine its green agenda with its geopolitical ambitions. And sure enough, the Global Gateway Investment Package for Africa prioritizes these two sectors. And if everything goes according to the currently announced plan, the funds will be channeled towards investments in sustainable energy, projects to protect against potential climate disasters, and agri-food systems. And not only that, there are also plans for investments in digital infrastructure like, for example, submarine and terrestrial optical fibers, and data and cloud centers. Now, what's so interesting about this plan is that it is completely different from China's model of investing in heavy infrastructure like highways and railroads, as the EU doesn't want to invest in roads and railways. The reason? Well, just listen to what the President of the European Commission has to say about this.
We're pretty good at financing roads. But it does not make any sense for Europe if we build a perfect road between a that is Chinese copper mine that is Chinese owned and a harbor that is Chinese owned.
This makes sense. I mean, doing this would just strengthen China's position further, and clearly the EU doesn't want that. But while it may seem like a selfless endeavor, there still is an economic rationale behind these decisions for the EU. You see, as an example, most of the sub-Saharan African countries have made enormous leaps in digital services with a widespread adoption of mobile banking. And on the continent, there are rapidly developing ecosystems of green energy. In short, there's a lot of space for these markets to further develop, and the EU wants to tap into that potential. But the EU is differentiating itself from China in another interesting way: the funding model. In contrast to the Chinese model that heavily relies on loans and has led to allegations about the debt trap diplomacy practice, the EU program will feature a mix of grants and loans with very low interest rates, also known as soft loans. Now, despite the fact that the project hasn't even started yet, it has already attracted substantial criticism. To begin with, the whole premise of the project that makes it more about a confrontation with China rather than supporting the development of the African countries is inherently problematic. The package has already been criticized of simply repackaging existing EU programs into a new one without any significant innovation. Or to put it more bluntly, at this stage it looks awfully a lot like a PR program. And then of course there are the concerns of the main stakeholders, the leaders of the African countries who view the green agenda as a potential obstacle to their own attempt at industrializing their countries. What is for certain though is that we are rapidly entering a new era in international relations, and if anything, this package is a showcase of the ambitions of the EU to move past its internal problems and start acting as a united political actor, projecting its power more prominently to the world. This adds one more parameter to the already complicated equation of geopolitical balance in the world. And finally, and most importantly, there is the African countries. Much like the Belt and Road Initiative funds, it can hardly be argued that the EU's money won't be a valuable contribution to the development of their infrastructure. But this needs to happen with the African leaders and people included as partners with an equal say. not with faraway observers making decisions about these countries in offices in Brussels or Beijing. In any case, what the future holds for Africa, China, and the EU certainly appears to be very interesting, but that's it for this video. If you liked it, please consider subscribing. I've noticed that a lot of my viewers seem to forget to subscribe, so if you like my videos, it's a surefire way to make sure you don't miss any in the future. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
So this particular video had been over. I will play the next one. So from here, you can see it is all about interest. It is about official manipulation, official looting, and the attempt to taking over Africa. So it is not just about infrastructural development. The Europeans, the Westerners, the Chinese, the Asians, and the other interested people, they come into Africa. Just for example, like South Africa. South Africa is developed infrastructurally, but it is all about the supremacy of the Westerners. It is developed, but still being controlled by the Westerners. The indigenous South Africans, the majority of them live like slaves right inside their own land. So that is the same thing that is coming. And at this time, it will come in a 10 times worse than the way it is in South Africa, because it is all about we the Africans losing our ancestral land forever. That is, we living in our own land as slaves, while foreigners will come to control us completely, and they will keep killing us at will. They will have their own police. They will have, whoever control your security owns your land. Owns your land. So this is what is coming in. It is the continuation of this feudalism, but under normal circumstances, it should be the African leaders and the African indigenous people who controlling our land, then educating ourselves, managing our resources. Even if we do not have knowledge of science and technology, then we buy those ones. We invite the Westerners. We pay them for them to build in our land whatever we want to do, we want to have. They build them, we pay them, and they will go. If they want to stay, they will stay based on the law of our land, written by us, and for our own benefit, and for the protection of even the foreigners. It shouldn't be them making the law. It should be we making the law, and they shouldn't come to develop our land in the essence of they have cheaply, very cheaply, with a menial price, they offer to our leaders. Then our ancestral land, including the resources and our future, will be handed over to them. That is what they have been doing to us, and it is about its continuation, as we have heard from the author of that video, stating it right away. Now I want to play the last video for us to see more reason, and the more reason is that the future of the Europeans are uncertain. Their future is uncertain, and that has been the first reason they invaded Africa, starting from about 400 years ago. They are still invading us. It was because of their uncertain future. Now it is about to repeat, and in a more dangerous way. So it is not always for our benefit, but for our detriment and for their own benefit. If we have to relate, everything should be officially and legitimately and for our own benefit first, before the benefit of the Europeans and the rest of the people. But they can make it officially, but a covetous system, looting system, which is that feudalism. That is what they are going about with. But so we lose. It is win-win for them and lose-lose for us. But we can always be free from it only if we take up our responsibilities, begin to do the needful by educating ourselves, knowing the truth, and abiding by the truth.
The future of the EU is uncertain.
The future of the EU is uncertain. So that is the second video. After playing this video, the program will come to an end. It is about a 14 minutes video. So after playing it, the program will end.
For reasons that are both obvious and unknown. The future of the EU is uncertain. For reasons that are both obvious and unknown. The reasons you might be thinking of, like the migrant crisis, sharp divisions over Russian oil embargo, and of course Brexit, the war in Ukraine, and COVID are all relevant and well known. But in addition to these challenges, I will be discussing the unknown challenges the EU will face and is currently facing in order to figure out whether it's most likely to shrink or expand. Now, the EU currently consists of 27 member states and is currently responsible for 15.3% of global GDP. This means it's certainly a force to be reckoned with. But despite its strength, Europe has been hit by crisis after crisis, raising major questions about the project's very survival. Add to this the increasing resistance to further EU expansion, owing to the issues I've just presented, as well as other external challenges. So, to find the answer, we need to first go back to the very creation of the EU, as it was one of the greatest events in global politics. See, the EU's beginnings were modest in focus, but ambitious in operation. Combining former enemies into a trading zone seemed like a good idea to avoid a further European conflict. The focus remained twofold: limiting the threat posed by Germany by integrating it into European cooperation and providing for an increase in essential materials, namely coal and steel. This fostered the creation of the European Coal and Steel Community in 1951 to 1952 and European Economic Community in 1957, eventually transforming this beyond anyone's dreams. From an organization built to avoid war and provide for essential resources, Europe was transformed into a European Parliamentary Association in 1958, a customs union in 1968, a European monetary system in 79, single market in 93, and adopted a single currency, the euro, in 1999. The EU was so successful that many countries wanted to join, and this is shown in its history. Since its foundation, there have been 7 enlargements in which other countries have joined the founding members, starting in 1973. Right now, though, there are 5 countries which are trying to join the EU: Albania, the Republic of North Macedonia, Montenegro, Serbia, and Turkey. But even though there are countries willing to join the EU, you shouldn't jump to a conclusion yet. The reason is that EU expansion is not always a simple and uncontroversial affair. You see, there have been divisions between France and Germany historically, Europe's most powerful states, on expanding the membership. While Germany has supported EU expansion, France hasn't been too enthusiastic. Instead, France wants further political and economic integration of EU members, something that Germany hasn't been too keen on. But even if these 5 countries are to join the EU, admitting members takes a very long time. An example of this is Croatia, that took 10 years from accession negotiations in 2003 to formal entry in 2013. The process itself has also been criticized. A good example is Greece, that entered the EU with some pretty unreliable financial data, to say it mildly. And there's a few important things you need to know about that whole situation, but first we need to know whether or not these 5 countries will end up getting into the EU or not. And 2020 was supposed to be the year that the EU would open talks with North Macedonia and Albania, but that didn't happen. The reason for this is that Macron vetoed their admission until the EU updated its entry requirements. Then we of course have Turkey, and to say it mildly, Turkish membership has been very controversial, and I guess the fact that Turkey's membership bid was halted by the EU in 2019 on account of the country's increasing restrictions on freedom of speech and political opposition had something to do with it. So expanding the EU is therefore pretty slow and really difficult. But why is this the case? I mean, the European Union had a booming economy in the mid-2000s where 10 new members were added. What could possibly have changed this trajectory? Well, now is the time we discuss the Greek bailout. This was a time where the EU faced the prospect of one of its members leaving the Eurozone. Yet, despite severe challenges, Greece remained in the EU, though under financial strictures imposed by Germany. And what Greece did was actually kinda messed up, as Greece joined the Eurozone in 2001, but concealed the true state of its finances with a little help from Goldman Sachs. Let me explain. Following the Greek election of 2009, the budget deficit was revealed to be over double prior estimates at 12% of GDP and was later raised to 15.4% of GDP. In response, the EU and IMF bailed out Greece in 2010 with 110 billion euros in 3 years' worth of loans, in exchange for significantly reduced spending. A second bailout, worth 130 billion euros, was later offered in 2012 by the EU and IMF, which made the EU tighten the financial expectations of member states. Understandably so. But surprisingly, they weren't done giving Greece money, as the EU offered a third bailout of 86 billion euros. Thankfully, Greece exited the final bailout program in 2018, although now owing the EU and the IMF approximately 290 billion euros. Yet still, Greece has remained in the European Union. This means that somehow the EU had swerved the most serious threat to its unity in history, which once again made the future of the European Union seem brighter than ever. But this is where things take a turn to the worse, as the EU's greatest challenge to survival was yet to unfold. That of course being Brexit, the UK's controversial referendum on membership of the European Union. The United Kingdom's withdrawal in 2020 marked the first time an EU member had left the project. Faced with Brexit, many wondered if the EU could survive. While support for the project remained relatively high across Europe, a majority of EU citizens expected that the project would dissolve within a generation. Despite this threat, however, no EU member state contained a majority of citizens who wanted to leave the bloc. Even the UK citizens didn't want to leave after they found out what the consequences were going to be as soon as they went alone. This led to EU member states actually growing closer together, as research revealed. Even the populations of states at risk of leaving, most notably Italy, identified significantly more as Europeans than the British before 2016. Ultimately, without an attractive alternative to membership of the EU, member states will seem unlikely to leave the bloc in the future. Although that's a bit of a lie, as there technically is another way. The European Free Trade Association, that focuses not on political integration but on liberalizing trade among EFTA members together with Europe and the rest of the world. The EFTA consists of Iceland, Norway, Liechtenstein and Switzerland, and this is a bit of a strange constellation. While Iceland, Norway and Liechtenstein are also part of the European Economic Area, which allows them to be part of the EU single market, Switzerland is the only member of the EFTA. And the strange thing about the EFTA is that these 4 states have to pay the EU for the structures and agencies which they use. Additionally, EFTA members have incorporated lots of EU laws and rules into their domestic legislation. But unlike full EU member states, they don't have as much influence within the EU as member states do. So there is an alternative, although this market has not been very popular, as most countries have decided to become full members of the EU, rather than simply members of a narrower free trade association, which makes sense. And with only 4 members, the EFTA has lacked significant power within the EU, which doesn't really make it an especially attractive option to other countries. But does this mean that the EU is safe? Well, no. And there's a very specific reason for that, as there are more subtle threats which undermine the EU's future. Events outside of the EU's borders, for example, have presented real challenges to the bloc's unity. In response to the 2015 migrant crisis, member states defied the Common Travel Area, also known as the Schengen Zone, to create national border surveillance. The Hungarian government led a coalition of countries, notably the Czech Republic, Slovakia and Poland, that refused to take refugees. The issue of immigration has fueled the rise of right-wing politics across the EU bloc. Right-wing populists have increased representation representation across EU members with populists in power in Hungary, Poland, and the Czech Republic. Which makes sense as the EU itself is a global organization, stressing common community over national sovereignty with significant centralized power, an easy target for right-wing populists. These groups attack the EU's control of the economy and immigration and celebrate a vision of national independence located in nostalgia rather than reality. Global crises like the migrant crisis have made some member states, especially Hungary and Poland, increasingly critical of the EU's power. And these governments are not just critical of the EU, they are also undermining democracy in their own countries. Both the Hungarian and Polish governments have been accused of weakening the justice system, the independent media, and non-governmental organizations. This violates EU rules, but it did not stop either country from doing so. Never before have member states openly defied the EU's authority. So, in response to this, the EU Court of Justice announced that it would cut billions of euros in funding for both Hungary and Poland on account of them undermining democratic rights. The EU's authority, therefore, seems to have shrunk in response to crisis. So you might say, how powerful could the bloc really be if it can't even keep its own member states in check? Well, Russia's recent invasion of Ukraine seems to have reinvigorated the bloc's purpose and significance for its members. While anticipated owing to significant Russian troop buildup, its invasion of Ukraine shocked the world community. For the first time since the Second World War, Europe was plunged into war. This invasion upturned the global order and necessitated a transformation in the EU's role. Since the end of the Second World War and Cold War, the EU has focused primarily on economic development and extending political authority. This situation, however, has demanded a comprehensive rethink about the EU's role as a security and foreign policy agent. Far from weakening the EU project, the invasion dramatically strengthened the EU's resolve. At first, it seemed as if Russia's invasion might shrink the EU's authority, but it ended up doing the opposite. While the EU did respond with basic sanctions quickly, there were dividing points among nations over the extent of sanctions placed on Russia. Examples include Germany, that was reluctant to cancel the Nord Stream 2 pipeline as the thorny issue of reducing the bloc's reliance on Russian gas proved difficult for Germany, Italy, France, and others. As a bloc, the EU relies on Russian gas for approximately 40% of its energy needs. While the Baltic states and Poland wanted to ban Russian oil immediately, other states were more cautious. Germany, Denmark, and Poland fought against sanctions on Russian coal, while the Netherlands sought continued access to Russian oil. Furthermore, national priorities and geography complicated attempts to supply weapons to the Ukrainian defenders. Germany initially blocked the transfer of German-origin weapons to Ukraine from EU member countries. Add to this the nation's offer to send 5,000 helmets down there was all culminated in a widespread derision. So while all nations in the European Union seem to have different opinions and take differing actions, the EU has met the challenge posed by Russian aggression. Far from splitting or shrinking the EU, the invasion has renewed the vision and purpose of the zone. From the initial sanctions imposed, the Russian invasion has, as commentators noted, quote, reminded the European bloc of its Cold War origins. The EU has also offered an unprecedented extension of its power, offering hundreds of millions of euros in military funding for a non-member state. The war has reinvigorated the twin pillars of EU security and trade, the EU and NATO. Imbued with a renewed sense of purpose, the existential threat to European security seems to have unified a somewhat disunited bloc. The European Union has taken major steps to expand its power, which would likely have been unthinkable in peacetime, increasing defense cooperation, openness to expanding membership to Eastern Bloc countries, and using for the first time the Temporary Protection Directive to protect Ukrainian refugees with temporary residency. From a community beset by challenges to its authority from internal and external threats, the EU has become a major global foreign policy power which is spearheading resistance to Russian aggression. This transformation from soft power to hard has come very suddenly. From resisting and blocking efforts to arm the Ukrainians, the nation has now actively changed its pacifist policy, a guiding principle of foreign policy since the Second World War. The war truly has transformed the EU's role and, importantly, the extent of its power. The EU even has plans to create a 5,000-strong rapid deployment force to be ready by 2025. The creation of a full-on army in the European Union may still be a long way off though, but this foreign policy crisis has reinvigorated support for the project and an extension of EU power. But that's it for this video, and if you aren't already subscribed, I'd suggest you do so. I mean, if you like my videos and want to see them in the future, it's the best way to support the channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
So God bless you for listening, for your patience, for your cooperation, for your understanding, and for your commitment to doing the needful. So the program has come to an end, and we have seen all the contents of this particular program. So the EU, it is true that I'm living in Europe, and it is as a result of the circumstances of the slavery, of bad governance, of hardship that had pushed many of us to travel away. This hardship may not be really about hunger and the nakedness. It may be after acquiring education, there will be unemployment after education. It can be a lack of opportunity for building the future. It can be lack of opportunities for building the futures. There are many reasons why many of us are in diaspora, but this is the time we should build our own homes, our own continent, better than that of the diaspora, even because God has blessed us with what it takes to do so, but we are not taking up our responsibilities. So, and we cannot actually understand what things are playing out, things that are playing around us that are against us, unless we are told. And I have, through this medium, informed many. So may God bless you for listening. Until I come your way once again, I remain your serviceable servant, evangelist Imakalo. Bye for now.